The House will come to order. Messages from the Senate.
Messages from the Senate. This is the Persell's motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 1874, an act relating to natural resources. Persell moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 1874 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
I recognize the author, Representative Persell, who will explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is House File 1874, and we've got a couple of relatively minor changes here. Came back from the Senate. One of them is a comma, and the other one is 3 words made in Minnesota, which we were planning on anyway. But happy to respond to any questions if anybody has any.
Are there any questions for the author? There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to concur with the Senate amendments, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 1874 as amended by the Senate.
Third reading as amended by the Senate. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 99 ayes and 29 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to.
Message from the Senate. This is the Bernardy motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 3084, an act relating to transportation. Bernardy moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 3084 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
I recognize Representative Bernardy, who will explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the transportation uncession bill that passed with bipartisan support off this body. I just want to let members know the one difference that we are concurring with the Senate. The one difference that has been added is, in our part, we had removed a provision that expired in 2007 for bridge projects, local roads and bridge projects. And we're hoping in the bonding bill for cities under 5,000. We're hoping to get in the bonding bill funding to do those projects, and that language would refer to this bill. So the Senate cleaned that up and fixed it, and I recommend our body concur. Thank you.
Any discussion to the Senate amendments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to concur, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 3084 as amended by the Senate.
Third reading as amended by the Senate. Discussion to the bill. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 116 ayes and 13 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to.
Message from the Senate. This is the Adkins motion. This is the Winkler motion.
He's there.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to the following Senate File 2782, an act relating to campaign finance. The Senate respectfully requests that a conference committee be appointed thereon. The Senate has appointed as such conferees Rest, Kiffmeyer, and Hayden. Winkler moves that the House accede to the Senate request for the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, members, this is the local campaign finance contribution increase and disclosure bill. I guess the Senate doesn't think we're as smart as we think we are, so we have to work out the difference.
Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
I'm just looking for that. Just hold it. It's not here. Okay, so. We can have Paymar do it. He's the third officer.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to Senate File 2466, an act relating to public safety. The Senate respectfully requests that a conference committee be appointed thereon. The Senate conferees are Senator Peterson B., Dibble, and Champion. Paymar moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate and that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses.
Representative Paymar.
Madam Speaker, that is my motion. This is the cell phone tracking data bill.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House files herewith transmitted. House File 1641, 1722, and 2422.
First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1641, an act relating to health. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Governmental Operations. Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1722, an act relating to education. Yaruso moves that Senate File 1722, House File 2324, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
There being no objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2422, an act relating to marriage. Lesh moves that the Moves that Senate File 2422, House File 2521, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
There being no objection, so ordered. Reports of standing committees and divisions. There is a copy of this order of business has been placed on each member's desk. Oh. If there is no objection, we'll revert to reports of standing committees and divisions. Hearing no objection, the motions will be read by the clerk.
Simon for the Committee on Elections reports on the following appointment, which has been referred to the committee by the Speaker. Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board, Ed Oliver. Reported the same back with the recommendation that the appointments be confirmed. Simon moves that the report of the Committee on Elections relating to the appointment of Edward Oliver to the Campaign Finance and Disclosure Board be now adopted.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. What we have before us today is 2 nominations to the Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board. And as people who have been around here know, this is one of the rare instances where both the House and the Senate get to confirm people, not just the Senate. It takes a 2/3 vote. We can do it, and will, I suspect, on a voice vote. We have 2 pending nominations. The first one before us is Ed Oliver. Many of you who were around here in the 90s remember him. He was a state senator from the Eden Prairie area, and he's filling one of the slots which we'll shortly take up. But just by way of reference, members, you may know that on the Campaign Finance Board there is rigorous enforcement of kind of equality of perspectives. So there are explicitly DFL appointees, explicitly Republican appointees, and then there are appointees who are explicitly not affiliated or independent. Mr. Oliver, former State Senator Oliver, would occupy the explicitly Republican spot, one of those spots on the board. And I have to say, his confirmation sailed through the committee. He's very well respected. He got praise from both sides of the aisle, both for his work as a legislator and after his life in the legislature as well. So I know we're first moving to adopt the report. So, Madam Speaker, I'll move adoption of the report first.
Representative Simon moves that the report of the Committee on Elections relating to the appointment of Edward Oliver to the Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board now be adopted. Any discussion to the motion on acceptance of the committee report? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The report is adopted.
Confirmation. Simon moves that the House, having advised, do not consent to confirm the appointment of Edward Oliver, effective June 30th, 2013, for a term expiring on January 2nd, 2017, to the Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I strongly urge support of the nomination of former Senator Oliver. As I said, he got bipartisan praise. Representative Huntley, in particular, called him out, having served with him for their collaborations together, and that he's fair-minded and thoughtful, and we do an excellent job on the board. So I urge your yes vote for the confirmation of Mr. Oliver.
Discussion on confirmation. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails, and Mr. Oliver is confirmed.
Simon for the Committee on Elections reported the following appointment to the Campaign Finance Public Disclosure Board. Christine Sande reported the same back with the recommendation that the appointment be confirmed. Simon moves that the report of the Committee on Elections relating to the appointment of Christine Sande to the board be now adopted.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Before we get to the second and final nominee, I just want to say a quick word about a nominee that's not before you today. And I felt compelled to say this. There was a third nominee, former District Court Judge John Staffsholt from Grant County, Minnesota. And he was to fill one of the unaffiliated or non-affiliated or independent spots. And he was nominated by the governor, and as happens very often with these appointees, he served for a time before his confirmation. He's decided to withdraw his name from nomination, and the reason is that there were some questions raised along the way about whether he was truly unaffiliated or non-affiliated. And I know that bringing this up again risks maybe opening somewhat of a wound, but I just want to say, members, I think it's unfortunate. His partisanship was questioned because his wife had served as a party county chair. And he had apparently appeared with her after his retirement from the bench, of course. He's retired now, at a party function, not even in Minnesota. And there were some questions raised about whether he could be fair and impartial. I just think that, I don't think we did right by him. The fact that he had to retreat and withdraw his nomination. You know, he had just spent 30 years on the bench where he was trained day in and day out to do exactly what he was being asked to do here, which is filter and screen out his own personal biases. If he had come from the business community, if he had come from government, that might be a different story. But for 30 years on the bench in Grant County, he had done exactly what he's supposed to do on the Campaign Finance Board, which is put aside personal or family affiliations for the common good. So I think it's unfortunate that he felt that he had to withdraw his name, and I wanted, out of honor and respect to him, to say that I think we made a mistake and that we did some dishonor to someone who is an honorable public servant who for a time was and would have been in continued service a really valuable member of the Campaign Finance Board. So with that, let's move on to the final nominee that is before us, and that is Christian Sande. He is to fill the DFL spot, and again, members, well, I'll say more after we've moved the report.
Simon moves the report of the Committee on Elections relating to the appointment of Christian Sande to the Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board be now adopted. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The report is adopted.
Confirmation. Simon moves that the House, having advised, do now consent to and confirm the appointment of Christian Sande to the Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, members. This is the actual vote on the nomination. And again, in committee and in a bipartisan fashion, he received praise for his work, for his knowledge, for his expertise, for his thoughtfulness, and I've not heard any whiff of any sort of opposition. So I strongly urge, as I did with former Senator Oliver, I urge that Christian Sande also be confirmed today by this body.
Any discussion on the confirmation motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Christian Sande is confirmed. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1900. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1900, the first engrossment, an act relating to health.
The member from Washington, Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And many of you have been contacted by the advocates and supporters of this bill. They're sitting right up behind us in a great group. This is the one that you've seen that's called Steve's Law. Every day in this country, our family and friends are dying from opiate overdoses. And I don't want you to just think of opiate overdoses as the typical heroin abuser you see portrayed in the movies. Many of these situations are started from injuries at work, where someone is prescribed opiate painkillers like OxyContin, oxycodone. They build an immunity, and it requires more and more to relieve the pain. Sooner or later, either they can't obtain the painkillers that they need, can't afford them, and can regularly move on to heroin and other opiates that are life-threatening. Now, I want to point out that this has been a heck of a road for this bill, and many people in this room, almost everybody, understands the connection to addiction. Whatever it is, we're all touched by it. Minnesota has the dubious distinction of having some of the purest heroin in the country, and therefore it's also the deadliest. Unfortunately, that's almost a badge of honor for some of the dealers that sell this poison. Today I'm asking you to allow first responders, such as the firefighters up in our galley here today, to carry this tool called Narcan or naloxone. It's an antagonist to opiates that can reverse the effects of a deadly overdose almost instantly. Many parts of our state are covered by these fire departments where they're first responders and they have to wait for an ambulance sometimes up to 30 minutes. And the ability to administer this antagonist to this overdose will absolutely mean the difference between life and death. Now, when this bill started, we talked about, like we did last year, with immunity from prosecution for those that are brave enough to call for help or those that need help, and we received a little bit of resistance. It came out of the bill, and then in an emotional hearing in civil law, the immunity was put back in the bill unanimously. We've assuaged some further concerns by clarifying the statutes that the immunity would cover under 4th and 5th degree controlled substance crimes, which for most users is a heck of a good amount. We also made sure to clarify that just because you're on probation or parole, we want you to call, because Minnesota values life more than we do punishment. This could be any one of our children, our grandchildren, and I know that from the folks in this body today that some of us, or some of you, have lost children, that you've personally suffered the tragedies involved with overdoses or others. And I think the common phrase I've heard is, if I just had one more day. If I just had one more day. This bill will not stop addiction to heroin or any other chemicals. That discussion of keeping our family members from being addicted is going to carry on for a long, long time. In the meantime, today this vote is going to be a vote to stand up and say, I want to keep people alive. I want to see my kids alive the next day. We'll talk about all the other things that come with it, but afford families the opportunity to help their children and their loved ones to get the treatment that they deserve so that they can be here one more day. With that, Madam Speaker, I do want to move the A3 amendment, and that is the amendment that gets the bill into the final agreed upon shape that removes opposition from law enforcement, county attorneys, and the like, so that we can all comfortably vote green today.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schoen moving to amend Senate File 1900, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you. I described the amendment that I described as the bill that we're going to be in the final shape, so I'd appreciate your support on the amendment, and then I'll stand for questions after that.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1900, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Madam Speaker and members, Representative Schoen, thank you very much for bringing the bill forward, and thanks as usual, like you did in the last bill we worked together on, of making concessions and putting it in an even a better form. And I've been watching the bill, and the people that have forwarded it through and support the bill and hope for a green vote from everyone. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And this bill is personal. It's personal to a lot of people, but it's especially personal to the Senate author, my senator, Senator Eaton. She lost a daughter to a heroin overdose. And if this drug had been, this drug had been available to stop the overdose, she may still be alive today. So members, please vote yes.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Schoen, great presentation for the motivation behind this bill. And members, many of you in our social media, you maybe tweet out a picture of your young families and your children. And I just want to share that oftentimes when it comes to addiction, it's very insidious. It's something that, besides the examples in which Representative Schoen has pointed out, we oftentimes have situations where the hardest thing for a parent is to understand or even have denial that this could be happening to your own child. And when you find yourself in that circumstance, some of us are lucky enough to actually have an intervention and be able to save the life of your child, or even harm to other people as a result of the behavior of your child. So with that, I hope that members will share in a green vote, and this is a good thing for our society. Thank you.
The member from Sande, Representative Johnson.
Madam Chair, Representative Schoen, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. This is an important issue. I've had to deal with these issues over my career in law enforcement, dealing with the families that have gone through these tragedies. It's a very tough situation to be in. I also have the issues with addiction in my own family, and very difficult to deal with. I'm just thankful it's not an opiate issue, it's an alcohol issue. And I wish there was more I could do for my family member with that. I want to thank Representative Schoen for the work he's done on this. We've had some good discussions on this, and he's been willing to work with some of the issues that were brought to me by some of the people I've been in contact with, and work through those issues. And I want to thank him for doing that to get this bill forward to the floor so we can, I'm hoping, a unanimous vote on this. I urge all members of this House to pass this. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Schoen, thank you for bringing up the bill. It's just a terrible subject. Heroin overdoses in the Twin Cities, as you know, have gone up dramatically, and there's no reason people should die. This is a great bill, and I would appreciate a yes vote. Thank you.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank you, Representative Schoen, again. Personal experience, I've used this drug, Narcan, for 26 years. It is everything people say it is. It saves lives. It's relatively harmless. If you don't need it, it's not really going to hurt you. I would encourage a green vote on this. This will save lives. Also, we're shining some light here on the heroin addiction issue, which is one that needs to be called into account. But also, all the other prescription drugs that are opium-based, this will also help in overdoses with those as well. So it's not just heroin alone. It's any opiate-based painkiller that this will save lives. So this is a good step forward, and I want to thank you.
The member from Carver, Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, I'm delighted to rise in support of Steve's Law, and I also want to thank Representative Schoen for his work on this bill, and to the wonderful women that I've met, including my constituents, Jenny and Jane, who have touched my heart ever since I heard about this initiative and this piece of legislation. I've read many of the testimonies, as I'm certain most members have who have heard this in committee, including, regarding the tragic loss of life, including the testimony written by Bill Rumler, whose son Steve died in 2011, as this life-saving remedy was not available. I applaud Lexi, Steve's wife, who's here today with her daughter, and she's been working tirelessly here at the Capitol in support of this bill. Members, Steve's Law will save lives, and I look forward to voting green, and I'm hopeful each and every one of us will do the same. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I appreciate the bipartisan support we've had on this. This is going to be a good day, and I promise you, and I look forward to it, that somebody's going to call me by August, because when we enact this bill, when the governor signs it, those folks are going to be able to carry this. That day, if they want to train, if they can get trained up, and it's going to take literally 10 minutes to train up on this, this is how easy it is. And I look forward to that first phone call from our fire folks and our first responders telling me, Dan, we saved one. Somebody's kid is going to be there for one more day. Join me in a green vote, and then I'm going to be outside and I'm going to need a hug. Ladies, thank you, members.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 130 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2175. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2175, the second engrossment, an act relating to state government.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Madam Speaker, members, this is a bill that deals with property purchases on behalf of the state of Minnesota. And one of the roles, and Representative Holberg would understand this as the previous chair of Ways and Means, and then our counterparts in the Senate, we review, having a bit of a voice problem there, we review purchases of property and then make a recommendation. And every once in a while there's a piece of property that's being purchased that crosses your desk that is a bit of a red flag. We always ask staff and myself to review these purchases to make sure that they're appropriate. And what we're attempting to do here is put a 10% cap approach on what is already the law for the Department of Natural Resources when we're purchasing that property. So that gives them some negotiating flexibility. I'll tell you, I'm just going to give an example of one that just recently came across my desk for one of these reviews. A state entity was proposing to purchase a piece of property for a price significantly higher than both the estimated market value and the appraised value. The proposed purchase price was $275,000, with $50,000 of that for demolition, while the estimated market value, and this is what you have to listen to, is $64,000, and the appraised value is $124,000. They were attempting to acquire the last piece of property on a block, and obviously that property owner knew that he had them over the barrel, so to speak, as the last piece that was to be acquired. So went over and looked at the property. We did some investigation on what the property value was, and I thought that was excessive. And so then I began to look at the law and remembered when we were dealing with Lake Vermilion a few years ago, the 10% cap for DNR applied. So I thought that would be a good model to follow, and that's basically the legislation before you with some modifications. It caps the amount a state agency may pay to acquire real property with public money to no more than 10% over the appraised value. An agency is allowed to pay more than 10% over the appraised value if the appraised value is by the agency and the seller is under $100,000. So that gives them some flexibility with a smaller, lower cost piece of property. But the bill still provides an upper limit by establishing that the agency cannot pay more than the seller's appraised value. I should note that 3 agencies, Department of Natural Resources, the Board of Soil and Water Resources, and the Department of Transportation are exempt from this because they already have provisions in statute or procedures that guide their acquisitions, and I'll probably be repeating this provision or point with an amendment that's coming up a bit later. During the hearing in the Government Ops Committee, Representative O'Driscoll raised some questions, so I continue to work with House Research to refine the portion of the bill dealing with appraisals and appraisers. So to ensure that qualified people are doing the appraisals, it is established standards in that area. It requires the bill does. It requires the appraiser to be licensed under Minnesota Statute 82B for the type of property being appraised and to conduct an appraisal according to the requirements of that chapter, which include the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice. And as I say, that was brought up by Representative Driscoll, and at the time I told him we would continue to work on that issue, and so that was the outcome. So with that, members, I would appreciate your support, and I understand there's an amendment at the desk.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Green is moving to amend Senate File 2175. The first unofficial engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded A5.
The member from Mahoney, Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Carlson. My amendment is really pretty simple. It just it closes a loophole. I realize that in the DNR and Bowser have the exclusion now where they can only pay over 10%, but there are methods that they use to get around that, and we see that in our area up north, where they will have other entities purchase the property for sometimes well above the appraised value, and then the way the language in their policy reads, they can pay 10% above that again, as well as some closing costs and other things. And so considering the amount of land that we're losing in the rural areas to state-owned agencies, what my amendment does, it just does not exclude DNR and Bowser from having to follow the same rules as everyone else. It's a pretty simple amendment, and I don't think it's going to affect the bill at all to have it in there, and I think it's just a safeguard for us, and I appreciate a green vote on it.
Representative Carlson.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members, I would encourage a no vote, and let me give you a couple of reasons. As I mentioned, and I said I'd be revisiting my earlier comments, but the 3 agencies that are referenced already come under other statutes, so you'd be putting them under 2 separate statutes in terms of the acquiring of property, which would make it perhaps unnecessary complicated. The other thing is when we deal with MDOT, they're under both state and federal law already. So I think this would unduly complicate the process of putting 2 agencies under 2 different statutes that are where they're already covered. What my friendly suggestion would be to perhaps have this amendment put in bill form and maybe put that through the legislative process so Bowser and the Department of Natural Resources and the MDOT could come in and explain their position on this particular issue, being that they're already covered by other legislation. And again, excuse my voice.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in support of the Green Amendment. It's a common sense amendment, and one thing we hear back home is that sometimes the state comes in and they're able to pay more than what the land is actually worth, and people get concerned about that, saying it's not a level or fair playing field. So this amendment with the 10% overage on the assessed value is a good amendment. It makes common sense, and I urge member support. Thank you.
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Carlson would yield to a question, please.
He will yield. Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Carlson, you said that this is covered in other parts of state law that would prevent this from happening, but yet to Representative Green's point that this is happening, how is it possible that if this is a statute that's already in place, that the agencies are in fact purchasing land for beyond 10% of what the appraised value is?
Representative Carlson.
Madam Chair, members, what I was saying was that the process for the purchasing of property is under other statutes. DNR, for example, is under Minnesota Statute 84.0272, if anybody wants to look at that, which does put a 10% cap. Bowser is already under Minnesota Statute 103F.515, and MDOT already falls under both, as I said, state and federal laws. So my whole point was that you'd be setting up a system where they would be governed by two separate statutes in each one of those cases. So my point is that I think that before we do that, and that's why we have a committee process, that the suggestion by Representative Green should go through the committee process so that those three agencies can weigh in, and if changes are necessary, those changes should be addressed in the statutes, is my point, that already govern their purchase of property.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Carlson will yield to one more question, please.
He will. Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Carlson, I apologize, I don't have the bill in front of me, but I'm wondering, when appraisals are made, who is authorized to do the appraisals? We heard testimony in committee 2 years ago, I believe it was, after a purchase of land in northern Minnesota, that the agency, the DNR, had basically their own appraisers do the appraisal, and we found out that there were some errors made in that. Are there any safeguards on the appraisals in your bill?
Representative Carlson.
Madam Speaker, members, the answer to that is yes. When I was going over the bill, I pointed out that there were suggestions about having licensed certified appraisers doing the appraisals, and that was suggested by Representative O'Driscoll. We followed up on his suggestion, and in the bill it requires that they be licensed appraisers and that they do the appraisal in the field that they have expertise in. So if you're acquiring commercial property, that would be the expertise of the person giving the appraisal, and if it's residential property, it would be somebody with that kind of background and licensure. So it was a very good suggestion by Representative O'Driscoll, and we followed that up, and it's in the bill.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Just a couple points of clarification. Representative Green, Representative Fabian, and I missed who else spoke to it, raised a really good point that unfortunately sometimes it seems that government does drive up the price that people pay for land. But I want to clarify a couple of things. Our government agencies currently under law cannot pay more than 110% of appraised value. And the appraisal process has got to be, as Representative Carlson, Chair of the Ways and Means, has said, there's a process. They've got to be certified and okayed, and DNR, one of the major land buyers, state agencies in Minnesota, honors that process. A few of us fought hard to get a process in place that allows, and DNR now has implemented a policy of a second appraisal, and I think next year we should visit that and maybe get that in statute and require that of all people. And It doesn't work on this bill. We had discussions bipartisanly in the last day about trying to do it on the floor here, and that doesn't work. Personally, I'm not going to support Representative Green's amendment. I think it raises problems as far as administrative costs, which sometimes we want our agencies to support. But more importantly is the point that he and Representative Fabian are raising is a very good one. I also want to clarify one more thing, that if the Nature Conservancy or someone like that that sometimes does take possession of land before it's transferred over to the DNR, for instance. In other words, maybe we have a willing seller that wants to sell some land adjoining a wildlife management area, and in the end it's going to be transferred over to the DNR. But because of the logistics of the transfer, the Nature Conservancy steps in and purchases that land. The Nature Conservancy can pay more than 110%. DNR can't, but Nature Conservancy can. But DNR then can't pay what say Nature Conservancy bought it for 150% of the appraised value. They need to donate at least 40% of that value to the state of Minnesota. So the taxpayers are protected that they didn't pay more than 110%. So there is a lot of taxpayer protection in the bill. The argument that it drives up the price, I think, is a real one. If Nature Conservancy can come in and pay 150% of what the appraisal value is, the assumption naturally would be that maybe the neighbor farmers who want to maybe farm that land can't go pay 150% of appraisal. So this is a tough issue, members. One, it's not a partisan issue. I think it's one that we need to fix. And I look forward to the discussions next year on getting better resolution and bipartisan support for this issue.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, just a point of clarification to Representative McNamara's comments. And one of the things that happens when somebody can come in and bid up the price to 150% of the appraised value is that now all of a sudden the neighboring properties become exposed to that in terms of valuation on our local property taxes, and that causes some issues to people. So this is a very, very complicated issue. I would encourage a green vote on the green amendment. Thank you. Green on green. Here we go.
Any further discussion to the green amendment? Representative Carlson.
Just a concluding comment on the amendment. One thing I wanted to point out, when we're dealing with Bowser, they're generally dealing with easements, and so that's an entirely separate issue, and another reason why I would suggest defeat of the amendment so that the proposal that Representative Green means or has brought forward can go through the committee process. So I would encourage a no vote.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate how important this is to us in rural Minnesota, and that my amendment is not changing what is currently there. It's closing a loophole that has been used to acquire more land by the state. And if you look at plat books in rural Minnesota and you look at the tax forfeited property and the amount of land that has been acquired by the state and the resulting higher property taxes by people who live there, who are we're getting a continually older population out there, and they just can't afford it. And so my desire here is to put safeguards in place so that the state cannot come in and drive up property values, paying more than what maybe a young family might be able to pay to acquire this same property. And I have brought this amendment and bill on numerous other occasions to other bills, and with bipartisan support. And more than once it's passed off the floor of the House and the Senate and been stripped out in conference committee. And I'm just hoping that we can make one more attempt at protecting the property taxpayers of Minnesota. Thank you.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I support this amendment, and I support your bill, Representative Carlson. And I know we did hear in committee from the DNR and Bowser, and they said, well, we already have that in our rules. And I think Representative McNamara pointed out well, what we have is these NGO groups out there, especially in the area of land that relates to DNR, that act as an intermediary between the time that the DNR actually purchases the land and the effort to actually acquire the land. So the Nature Conservancy, as Representative McNamara pointed out, as an example, will come along and pay an exorbitant amount for the land and then later turn around and sell it to the DNR. And I haven't studied the DNR rules or the Bowser rules, and Representative Green probably has, but I don't see any reason not to put the same limit on them that we're putting on these other agencies in the bill. As a matter of fact, I have had exactly that same thing happen in my district, where I had a farm family near St. Charles who wanted to buy back their old family farm, and the DNR came in, or actually an NGO group came in and jacked the price up so high that they were unable to buy their old family farm back. And then 2 or 3 years later, suddenly the DNR buys the land from the NGO. And this is what we're seeing, and this is exactly what Representative Green and Fabian are talking about so eloquently. So, members, I appreciate your discussion on this, and I would encourage your support for the Green Amendment.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Division being requested. All those in favor of the motion, please stand. Those opposed? There being 60 ayes and 54 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2175, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion. Representative Carlson.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, members, I would encourage a green vote. There was some discussion about protecting the taxpayer. That's what this bill was about. The example I used, the appraised value on the property was such that drew it to my attention, but it's not the only one. I want to stress that. That just happened to be the most recent one. The agreement that had been reached with the government entity was to pay $100,000 above the appraised value to acquire that piece of property. So when we're debating what the best way of protecting the taxpayer is, that's why I brought the bill forward. So I would appreciate a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 124 ayes and 7 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2162. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2162, the first engrossment, an act relating to Hennepin County.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this bill today in front of us is a technical bill that helps streamline some processes for Hennepin County and the Hennepin County Redevelopment Association. Currently, the way these multi-jurisdictional programs is that currently Hennepin County Redevelopment Association, which is the Hennepin County Board, when they want to join partners with other entities and other governmental groups within Hennepin County, they first have to make an agreement with Hennepin County. Hennepin County then has to go to the third party and make an agreement and then go back and approve it. It would be like us passing a bill and then sending it right back to us to have to pass it all over again. And so it's tedious, it drags out the process, and what this is about streamlining government, efficiencies in government, for the process of creating jobs and doing economic development and redevelopment in the county. And with that, members, there's amendments, and I will sit down and we can take the amendments.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Albright moving to amend Senate File 2162, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A3 amendment, in a nutshell, puts the primary responsibility for the authority of these matters back in the hands of the City Council and Township Boards, as opposed to those higher up the food chain. I would urge a green vote for those that want local control over the projects in their district. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, members, I rise on this amendment's out of order under 3.21A. The amendment references a section of law that is not in the bill, that references 103D, and that is not anywhere in the bill. The bill deals with section 383B, and so therefore I would ask for a favorable ruling.
Representative Nelson raises a point of order under Rule 3.21. Motions and propositions must be germane. Representative Albright, for what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Madam Speaker.
State your advice.
Madam Speaker, this is about the control over the decisions in municipalities and soil and water conservation districts. I would urge that members consider where they want their decisions being made. This is nothing more than local control versus control in St. Paul or large metropolitan areas. Thank you.
Representative Nelson raised a point of order under Rule 3.21. I find the point of order is well taken. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pappas moving to amend Senate File 2162, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1202.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. My amendment simply says that the managers of a watershed district under this section may be used only for projects that are limited to clean water and have measurable results with a nexus between the project and measurable water quality improvements. Watershed districts should not be about redevelopment. It should be about water issues. And members, I would ask for your support, and I would like a roll call, Madam Speaker.
Representative Pepin requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Driscollowski moving to amend the Pepin Amendment to Senate File 2162. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1221.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and members, this amendment to the amendment provides that these taxpayer funds acquired under the understanding with the taxpayers and under the guise of providing for water quality improvements need to be used just for that, or at least in the amendment that they may not be used to develop transit developments or housing development or redevelopments within Hennepin County. This is a truth in advertising, a truth in taxation. This is an honesty to the taxpayers amendment to the amendment. I'd encourage your support. And Madam Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Driscollowski requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and our Madam Speaker and members. This changes the, this bill is not about watershed districts, and if you look at all the amendments coming forward, it's all about watershed districts. It's a whole different section of law, but this just basically limits what the purpose of the bill is. It's to allow streamlining of government, so when there's a piece of property that the watershed district has interest in taking care of, cleaning up the water, creating a stormwater runoff, and then having the rest of the property sold off for other development, it allows the Housing Redevelopment Association, which is or authority, which is asking to be able to have this authority, to be able to do what they want to do. It's about redevelopment. It's about, in the Hennepin County, about cleaning up dirty waters for all of Minnesota, for all of the county, and this just goes against what that would do, and so I urge a red vote on the amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. On the Pepin Amendment, any further discussion? Representative Nelson.
Again, Madam Speaker, this is again limiting what the watershed districts can do, but only in Hennepin County. So members, if you're all state members, it doesn't affect you at all. But it's restricting what they're trying to do, and it's restricting the purpose of what the watershed districts are about, and it's restricting the ability of the county to be able to do the redevelopment they need to do. Again, it's a bad amendment. Please vote green, red.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Members, I want you to think about what a watershed district should do. The Hennepin County Intergovernmental Relations Board sent out a memo saying they wanted the watershed district to be included so they can work on projects such as light rail corridor planning, economic growth, environmental sustainability, and other forms of development. I want you to keep in mind that the watershed district is an unelected body that's appointed by the Hennepin County Board, and they have taxing authority. And they've been in the business of buying property, not for cleanup necessarily, but for economic development. If this is about streamlining this bill, as Representative Nelson says it is, that's one thing. Unfortunately, what this does is it takes away the accountability and the transparency for the people of Minnesota. Because these people have a budget, they're spending millions, they're not elected, and this just adds another layer of red tape for people to have to go through to find out where to follow the money trail. By supporting my amendment, we're just limiting this to clean water. That's what a watershed district should deal with, clean water. They should not be in the business of working on light rail corridor planning, environmental sustainability, overall housing redevelopment. That's not their job. That's not what the people expect. Members, this is what the people expect. They expect the watershed district to work on clean water. Members, if you believe in transparency and accountability as I do, please support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, during the committee hearing on this, a project was brought up that's in Representative Simon's district, a project in Hopkins that was brought up where it's ongoing. The Minnehaha Creek Watershed District is trying to clean up the water that's coming out of Minnehaha Creek and dumping into the Mississippi River. They've been doing this along the way. They did a project in St. Louis Park where they re-meandered the creek to help slow down the pollutions and take care of some of the pollution problems, created a stormwater runoff pond. The project that was being disputed in committee was all about that. They bought a piece of property. They're going to use part of it to do, again, re-meander the creek, create a water holding pond, stormwater water holding pond to help kick that pollution out of our water stream. And then they're going to sell off the rest of the property. Now, they're doing this under existing law. So nothing in this amendment or nothing in the underlying bill changes that. If the bill doesn't pass and goes down, they can still do what they're doing. Their intention in this piece of property, which raised a lot of anger by some members in committee, was they bought the property. There's a building on the property, and they're going to once the leases of the property are gone, they're going to tear the building down, use the part of the property to again re-meander the creek, create a holding pond to clean up the environment, which is what the water control district is all about. And then they're going to sell the rest of the property off to developers for private development in that area, in accordance with the plans that Hopkins has. So, members, this is something I think we should all be in favor of. It's kind of, if I was a businessman and I had a use for a piece of property and I bought it and you did what I want and sold the rest of it off for what I paid for it, we'd all look at that's a great thing. That's a great capitalistic way of doing it. Members, this amendment would limit that ability, so please vote red on the amendment.
Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Nelson has pointed out and articulated some of the good work that the Watershed District has done, but I'd like members to understand that meandering the creek was all part of what is good for water quality. It had nothing to do with the redevelopment of the issue that really is the most egregious that affects Hennepin County taxpayers. As Representative Pepin has mentioned, this is an unelected body that has millions and millions and millions of dollars of levy authority. And for the comment made that the rest of you, it doesn't affect you because you are outside of Hennepin County, you should be concerned because your watershed district or districts that you reside in, this is giving reach and authority as a precedent to go ahead and allow watershed districts to be involved in the development aspects, which isn't their mission. These are unelected people, and the public has supported the notion that they have levy authority to carry out the good work of water quality, but not in redevelopment. And that's the central issue here. If they were elected, it maybe would be a different thing. But we have the situation, as Representative Nelson has cared to show or demonstrate as a project, but you had a $6.5 million cold storage building with a permafrost underneath it, and they chose to pay double the price, $13 million, for a building in which all they needed was a few hundred feet along the lake, along the creek bed or the creek shore for restoration. So now you end up with a piece of property that the taxpayers own that they're not going to get that money back, and it's just an incredible waste of money, and it's irresponsible. And so with that, I would urge a green vote on the Pepin amendment to make sure that watershed districts are carrying out their mission and nothing else.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Hertas talked a little bit about what I wanted to talk about. Representative Nelson, I'm glad you brought up this property, and I think this is case in point why we need to vote for this amendment. I think the only thing, Representative Hertas, was I think you were a little bit off with your dollar amount. The information that I have here says that the property had been purchased and had a value of $6.5 million in 2007, and in 2011 it was purchased for $14.95 million is what I have, a little bit higher than Representative Hertas. So you have this unelected body that has tax levy authority, purchasing land that's right on a prime piece of real estate, and they didn't get a very good deal on behalf of the taxpayers. And I just want to remind members, they have $7 million per year coming from taxpayer assessment, and this project is going to be paid for by bonds. It's hard to follow the money trail. I think people in the public want to know, they want transparency and accountability. They don't want this sort of watered down where the county board appoints this other authority that is not elected. They don't have any control over who's on the watershed board. Only the county board does. And now they're off, and they're in the business of redevelopment. They're working on the trail corridor projects, and I just don't think that this is what people have in mind. I know, Representative Nelson, you think that this goes far afield of what this is doing, but you're trying to add watershed districts to these multi-jurisdictional agreements, and that gives them a lot of power that I don't believe that they should have. This isn't just sort of add two little words and it's no big deal. This is a really big deal. This bill is a really big deal, and if we're going to go forward with it, we ought to at least limit what they're doing to the task that they're actually supposed to be working on, and that is clean water. If you went and quizzed any of your constituents and you said, what do you think the watershed district is working on? I don't think a lot of them would say, well, they're as the Hennepin County Intergovernmental Relations sheet said, I don't think they'd think that they should be working on a light rail corridor planning. I don't think people would think that that's what the watershed district is worrying about. I don't think they'd think that the watershed district, an unelected body, should be working on economic growth issues and environmental sustainability. Yeah, I guess environmental sustainability as it comes to water. Members, this legislation is far afield of where we should be going. We should be providing the public with more transparency and accountability, not less. People should be able to follow the money trail. This just waters it down so that people can't see where their dollars are going. So members, I encourage you to support my amendment so that we're just limiting their authority to clean water. Thank you.
Member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I haven't seen this bill before, but when you read it, they talk about the watershed districts, and then only when Representative Nelson, you mentioned the Minnehaha watershed district, my ears perk up. I mean, that is a very large district, and I'm not so sure that people realize just how large it is. It goes into Carver County all the way out to Watertown. It includes eastern side of the Waconia Lake. I mean, it goes quite a bit to the west. And it isn't just Hennepin County, and this is what you have been talking about, that this is just a project here in Hennepin County, Representative Nelson. That's how you've been characterizing this, and it does, but it affects everybody within this watershed district. Well, I know that people out in Carver County, they do care about clean water. In fact, that's when you talk about the watershed districts out there and what they try to do and what they're tasked with doing, it is all about clean water from our perspective in Carver. So I stand in support of Representative Pepin's amendment. This is what we should be focusing on. This is what we have tasked the watershed districts to do, and I'm frankly quite appalled when you're giving them their such authority to then pay twice as much money for a piece of property, in Hennepin County, twice as much as what it originally is appraised at, and I got to tell you, it just throws up a lot of red flags. So I think, members, we've got to shape what the watershed districts are supposed to be doing, and I stand in support of Representative Pepin's amendment. We all need to get behind that. We need to shape this unelected body and what they're supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, members, this bill is about allowing Hennepin County Housing and Redevelopment Authority to be able to participate in these multi-jurisdictional reinvestment programs with other entities that are spelled out in current statute, and the language that we're debating here is any watershed district entirely or partially located in Hennepin County. Remember, there's not a single amendment here that taking that part out of the bill, which would have taken care of what everyone's arguing about here. But this piece of property that we're talking about, it was a negotiated price between a willing seller and a willing buyer. And members, we could say it was appraised in 2006 at a certain price. A piece of property is worth what you can get for it when you sell it. And this was a willing buyer with a interest of doing the water cleanup, the remeandering the creek, doing what the watershed district is supposed to be doing, buying a piece of property to do what they're supposed to be doing. There's excess property as part of the piece of property, and they're going to then sell that piece of property off and hopefully get what they paid for it, or close to what they paid for it, going forward. So members, this is a good bill. This is, like I said, the whole discussion here about watershed district. It's not what this bill is about. It's about streamlining Hennepin County government, allowing them to do a better job so that citizens, when they want a project to get done, they don't have to go to multiple stops to get the same thing done that they want to get done. It helps streamline the process and make government more efficient. Please vote red on the amendment.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the Pepin amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pugh moving to amend Senate File 2162, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1204.
Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, my amendment is very simple. In fact, I'd like to request a roll call, please.
Representative Pugh requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you. My amendment would require that watershed districts within Hennepin County be elected. And as we've heard, our watershed districts, of which there are 4 in Hennepin County, have taxing levy authority. And each has a number of board members, 7, I believe, and it's time to hold these unelected bodies accountable. And I would respectfully, on behalf of hardworking, tax-paying citizens, ask for your green vote. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
And Madam Speaker, I rise to oppose this amendment. Elections cost money. This would greatly increase the cost for the Hennepin County, cost our taxpayers more money. It would. It also creates parochialism in water district issues, which we don't want. We need to be able to get these done because cleaning up water is important. So, members, please vote no.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I encourage you to support the Pugh Amendment. I think for transparency purposes, it's very important these folks are accountable, especially since in the underlying bill, you have to keep in mind, I know Representative Nelson, you like to overlook this, but it says a multi-jurisdictional investment reinvestment program is created involving Hennepin County and one or more of the following. You want to add watershed district, and once you do that, that means that they can, it may include plans for housing rehabilitation, industrial polluted land cleanup, water ponding, environmental cleanup, community corridor connections. Community corridor connections, I don't think that's part of what the watershed should be doing. Corridor planning, the watershed district doing corridor planning, members. I don't think the watershed district should be doing corridor planning when they're not elected. Acquisition of property. This gives them authority right in law. Acquisition of property. So if we don't vote for the Pugh Amendment, we're going to be giving the watershed district, when working with the Hennepin County Board, who who appoints the watershed district, so basically it's the Hennepin County Board, the ability to acquire property. And then there are several other things that are listed: development and redevelopment of housing and existing commercial property projects, economic development, and even job creation. So we're going to get the watershed district involved in job creation. If they're going to have all this authority, these folks ought to be elected. They have tax authority. They're going to be, greatly expanding the scope of what they're going to be able to do. They're already overspending money, as we pointed out earlier, more than double, I think almost triple the price of what land was worth, without the public being able to follow the money trail. I think we're going in the absolute wrong direction, members. And so if we're going to go in this direction, and we're going to greatly expand the scope of what the watershed district can do, and we're going to have them involved in economic development and redevelopment of park spaces and job creation and rail projects, etc., etc., at the very least, we owe it to the public to elect these folks. Representative Nelson pointed out that elections cost money. That's true. That's true. But they're currently collecting over $7 million in property taxes now. So I personally believe that it would be worth the election if we're going to add all this additional authority for the watershed district. And we're not going to limit it. We already voted down the limiting it to clean water. So if we're going to greatly expand the scope of the watershed district, we, in the very least, ought to elect them. Please support the Pugh Amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in strong support of the Pugh Amendment, and for all of the reasons that Representative Pepin illustrated, but also just to share with members, I've been working with a particular watershed district in my area, always in the area of Hennepin County that I represent, and some frustration from some citizens who are on the advisory board for that watershed district, and some concerns about how appointments are made, whether or not the watershed district is hewing to their mission and how they're spending money. And so if we're going to look at expanding this, they should absolutely have to be elected and be accountable to the citizens that they're taxing and for the projects that they're doing. As part of the research I did over the interim between last year and this to look into these issues about watersheds, I discovered something very disturbing. If you look at the list of sort of qualifications in that for appointment of these managers, and they're done, again, the appointments affirmed by Hennepin County, but by the cities in that in which these watersheds exist, the only two things that you have to be or not be to be allowed to be appointed to watershed is that you have to be a voting member of the watershed district, and you can't be a public officer of the state, county, or federal government unless you're a soil or water conservation supervisor. There's nothing in the statute that talks about qualifications or knowledge of water issues, any type of qualifications to that extent. So that in itself, to my mind, it makes absolutely no sense that we would be appointing people or allowing them to be appointed without any expertise in the area of water management and clean water issues. And now with the expectation that this is going to be greatly expanded, these people need to stand for election. They need to talk about their qualifications and how they are equipped to do the job that we are asking them to do. Please support the Pugh Amendment.
Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Seltzer yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Seltzer, you're from Hennepin County, and you represent an area that resides in the watershed district, the Minnehaha Water Creek district. What's the difference between a watershed district and a water management organization?
Representative Seltzer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hertog. You know, I should know that, but I will have to look into that exact difference and get back to you.
Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How about Representative Earhart? Would he yield for a question?
Representative Earhart will not yield. Representative Hertas.
Well, I'm sorry for that, Representative Earhart. You live in Edina and you represent the watershed district in Minnehaha Creek watershed. How about another Hennepin County one? Let's see. How about Representative Simon? Do you know the difference between a watershed district and a water management organization?
Representative Simon will yield or won't yield? Will yield. Representative Simon.
I'm sure there's a punchline, Representative Hertas, and you'll tell us the difference.
Representative Hertas.
Well, thank you, members. We've listened quite a bit about this Pew Amendment, which authorizes an election for members on the Hennepin County and Minnehaha Creek watershed. As Representative Leidiger has mentioned to all of you, this is a huge watershed district. It reaches out into Carver County. It starts with basically the Lake Minnetonka, Lake Waconia basins, 6 Mile Creek, which drains into Lake Minnetonka, continues on its path through Lake Minnetonka, continues into the city of Minnetonka, exits Grays Bay, goes on into St. Louis Park, and Edina, Minneapolis, Plymouth. Quite a few communities, metropolitan communities with a lot of taxpayers who live in this area are all within the Minnehaha Creek watershed district. Now, Representative Nelson mentioned that elections cost money, but it also costs the taxpayers money. And there are many businesses and industrial and commercial areas that have developed over the years as the metropolitan Twin City area developed from the urban core outward, and they lie within this Minnehaha Creek watershed district. And so what you're granting authority to this organization to get into the development business, which is not its mission. Now, I would argue to all of you that the watershed district has review and purview over the activities. That's part of their function. So when the HRA wants to propose a project, that's fine. Minnehaha Creek watershed gets to take a look at it. They get to offer comments and opinions. But what you're asking the taxpayers to do is consent to using the levy authority of a watershed district for development purposes. And this is a tunnel of money that is not its mission. And so I would ask you to support this amendment. I would urge a green vote.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have a little different view of, elections cost money. I mean, a special election that is just for one group may cost money, but when I vote for people for, this district or that district for the, watch over the water, it's in a regular election, so it's just adding some names. And frankly, all elections are special because I remember from history class that, we had a lot of people upset at the founding of our nation. And they said, no taxation without representation. And frankly, my feeling is that that was a great principle that founded our nation. And any entity, board, etc., that has taxing authority ought to be directly responsible to the people, the citizens, that pay those taxes. Therefore, this isn't some trivial thing. This is the core principle that motivated many of the founders to create this nation. So I can't see a reason not to support this amendment, not to support giving people, the voters, the taxpayers, our constituents and citizens, the basic right to elect the people that are then going to have the power and authority to tax them. So I have to vote green because I believe in those founding principles.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I think people are getting this backwards. This bill is not about allowing watershed districts to do all the stuff that the Hennepin County Housing and Redevelopment Authority can do. This is about allowing the Hennepin County Redevelopment Authority, which has the authority to redevelop property, do economic development, do all the things that they can do, to pair with the watershed district.
and let the watershed district do what they need to do in a piece of property, and let the Hennepin County Housing and Redevelopment Authority do what they need to do with the county. Currently, like I said in my opening remarks, the Hennepin County Housing and Redevelopment Authority, which is easy for me to say, is the entire Hennepin County Board. And so right now when they're having to do a project, they take a vote, recess from what they're doing, sit where they're sitting, and come back as the Hennepin County Board and vote to approve what they did, and then the Hennepin County Board does the partners with these groups. And yes, we're adding housing and we're adding the watershed districts located in Hennepin County to this, because oftentimes in redevelopment there's a part of that, there's an issue that wanting to clean up a part of the creek. I mean, we did this in Brooklyn Center. When they tore down Brookdale and they redeveloped the Brookdale Shopping Center, they reopened the creek that when I was a young kid they closed over and put in a culvert and put a parking lot over it. And they opened that creek back up, and then as part of the redevelopment, and the city did that, partnered with their redevelopment, with their watershed district there to do that. They did it in North Minneapolis with Bassett Creek when they tore down the projects that were in North Minneapolis, the public housing projects. It was part of that was they opened the Bassett Creek back up and made that an amenity for the city. They did that in Brooklyn Park with the Village North Shopping Center. I think that's the name of the shopping center that's long gone. But when that became a non-functional mall, they tore it down. And there was a creek running behind it that they then used that creek and opened it up to make this going to make this amenity for the city instead of the way it was the back end of a shopping mall that no one saw. It became basically an open sewer. So this is what the watershed districts are doing. This bill allows the redevelopment authority to partner with the watershed district so they can combine their goals and do this. Again, simplify government, make government more efficient. It's not the other way around, allowing watershed districts to do the redevelopment. And that way, the argument that's going on there is backwards. That's not the way the bill is. Again, please vote no on this amendment.
Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I want to start by thanking my colleagues for having heightened awareness and supported why this is so important. Watershed districts have taxing authority, and Minnesotans, and I'm crystal clear about why I have brought this amendment, and I know that hardworking, tax-paying Minnesotans who are watching this, and so many of them are so grateful for the opportunity to vote and hold their officials accountable. And right now, to Representative Loon's point, and thank you so much, Representative Loon, for having shared the concerns that your constituents have brought. What recourse do our citizens have with the wide-ranging, expansive reach that this unelected board has chosen to enact? So I would strongly urge a green vote, and thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend Senate File 2162, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1209.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this is a simple amendment, and it's basically to try and put a cap on the amount of spending, and that the debt not exceed 3% of the market value of taxable property. And this is because it's an entity that isn't directly accountable to the people, that is appointed. In fact, it's appointed by the boards, county boards, and that it's been showing a history of being used by those boards for something beyond just, as the author stated, watershed districts clean up the water, fix the meander of the creek, create holding ponds, do good things that it was meant to do, that I think we agree is in the purpose. That, frankly, it looks as if it's gotten the habit of going astray, and at least we could limit that and maybe help them focus on the priorities that a watershed district should have. And I think it's been mentioned, and I didn't see any disagreement, that about $7 million taxpayer dollars are generated by the taxation of this group, and that there was a property in discussion. A couple details were left out were the fact that the assessed value was $7.5 million, and the purchase price was just under $15 million, and frankly, that's more than 2 years worth of taxation. And I think that's sort of starting to extend and expand, and in order to prevent the untoward growth of debt, especially when it extends past just buying the shoreline and 50 feet on either side or whatever's needed. I mean, I would be upset if MnDOT bought huge tracts of land that weren't needed for the right-of-way and then went ahead and peeled it off that they weren't going to use and shifted over to a development group as part of the planning. And frankly, we can't obviously get through an amendment to make them electable and accountable, and we don't seem to be able to limit them to doing things outside their authority. Let's at least limit the amount of possible damage, non-transparent activity. I guess collusion comes to mind, but I won't say that they're doing that. But basically, one entity doesn't want to admit to having to spend the extra money, so they appoint a group that has taxing authority, take it over, control it, and have it spend the taxpayers' money on things for development, and hide the fact that it's all aimed towards a unified plan that goes far beyond watershed, water quality, and the appropriate duties. So therefore, this amendment, and I hope I can get your support, would allow us to cap at a reasonable level the amount of debt incurred by the watershed district. Please give a green vote.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and Representative Quam. I don't think this amendment does what you think it does. By capping the debt that the watershed district can do, especially this one we've been speaking about, they have property values estimated at $37.8 billion worth of property value. So if we're going to limit the tax to 3% of that, they would be able to carry debt of $1.13 billion. Let me repeat that. They would be able to carry debt of $1.13 billion. This would expand what this watershed district is able to do. And I don't think that's what you want to do. So members, I'd say vote no on this amendment. Vote red. Thank you.
Representative? Seeing no further discussion? All those in favor of the Quam amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. Motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moving to amend Senate File 2162. The first engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded 1211.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I urge your support of the A4 amendment. This amendment would strike watershed district and in its place insert watershed management organization. The watershed management organizations are organizations that were created by the legislature.
Point of order, Madam
in
Speaker.
1982.
Representative Nelson, state your point of order.
I believe Representative Drakowski is speaking on the wrong amendment. He's the 1211, I think, is what's on the board. I think he's speaking on the A4.
Representative Drakowski, we reported the 1211 first. Representative Drakowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Point well taken, Representative Nelson. Thank you. We'll speak on the A4 later, but the other amendment. And members, this particular amendment would properly limit the expenditures of watershed districts in Hennepin County to only use the funds which they extract from taxpayers for what we expect them to use them for, and those funds are to be used to fund water quality improvement and water quality improvement programs, lakeshore improvement, and lakeshore improvement programs. So this, members, would provide and protect the citizens of Hennepin County to give them the assurance that their watershed district is doing what they understand according to their law and their perception that they should be doing, and that's protecting water quality, not building trains and not building housing developments or warehouses or other things. And members, that's what the discussion's about, and that's what the worry is, Representative Nelson, about this bill. And some of us in committee and here on the floor have been and are reading about the excesses of this Minnehaha watershed district. But these are the protections that will help, certainly, Representative Nelson, your constituents and others that happen to represent Hennepin County. Urge your support, Madam Speaker. Ask for a roll call.
Representative Drakowski requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this conflicts. I mean, I could stand and ask this to be called out of order because we're amending a section of law that's not even in the bill. But I'm not going to do that. But this conflicts with what the purpose of watershed district is. It only limits it to one small part of what watershed districts are supposed to do. It takes out, beyond water quality, the purposes of the watershed district is for flood management. I know for the Red River Valley we'd want to restrict our watershed district to be able to do that. Groundwater, improve stream channels, enhance navigation, provide the conservation of water supply. These are the things that the watershed district does above and beyond what would be restricted by this amendment. So members, I say vote red on the amendment. It's changing a different part of statute and restricting what the watershed district are supposed to do. They're not involved in building warehouses. In fact, in this situation that we're talking about, they're going to tear one down. So members, please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drakowski moving to amend Senate File 2162, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Drakowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is the A4 amendment that I was so excited about earlier. I jumped right into it. And this amendment would strike on line 12 of page 1 the word watershed district and replace it with watershed management organization. And members, in 1982, the legislature provided that each of the 7 counties in the metro area would have watershed management organizations to carry out water management plans within their boundaries. And given the discussion and given the representation by the author of the bill that it's really not about the money of the watershed district that's taken from taxpayers and repurposing that or anything like that, or the assets that they happen to own. It's really about working together and working in a holistic way. Members, this amendment fixes the problem. And so, members, I'd encourage your support and ask for a roll call, Madam Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I asked the question before, and I'm sorry I failed to answer the question I was putting forth to you, the difference between watershed district and watershed management organization. And what the Drazkowski amendment would do was convert the taxing authority of a watershed district to watershed management organizations. Watershed management organizations are formed as joint powers agreements with the communities or jurisdictions that are involved within the area that the water drains. So technically, a watershed management organization functions where city councils send a representative of each city to the watershed management organization as a representative, and these people are members of the council, so they're elected. And those members establish a budget for the watershed management organization. And then, once it's agreed upon, each jurisdiction, local government unit that's within that watershed management organization has to levy from their taxpayers their portion or proportion of the budget into the fund for the water management organization. So it carries out the same mission, but it allows representation by those who are affected by the levy authority or taxing authority. It's just done in a different way, in that most municipalities or local government units would levy the money from their general property tax levy, rather than a line item that you see on the watershed districts. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not sure if the author of this amendment understands that replacing water management organizations with watershed districts is that watershed districts are part of the definition that's included in water management organizations. So we're actually expanding the people, we're expanding who the county, Hennepin County Redevelopment Authority can partner with. We're giving more people, not less. So we're expanding who they can do, not shrinking it down. So for that, I'd say vote red on the amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Nelson. You know, there's a lot to be said about this, and I've been reading further, Representative Nelson. I think you're right, and we should have drafted the amendment more specifically. The intent of the amendment was to limit this or direct it towards non-taxing watershed management authorities, and as I am reading now, a watershed district is included or can be included in the definition of WMOs. We don't have them in rural Minnesota, but the reality here, or the intent here, is to bring some protection to the taxpayers of Hennepin County. And we have a specific situation in Hennepin County where the Minnehaha Watershed District bought 17 acres for $15 million. Members, that's nearly $1 million an acre. Nearly $1 million an acre. This watershed district is using money extracted from the taxpayers of their district, supposedly for protecting the waters of the area, buying land, and then I'm reading further and reading more about this particular case. And there's buildings that exist on it, cold storage buildings with tenants in it. They're going to continue to go on with the tenants in the cold storage buildings, entertain their leases for the next 3 years. So the watershed district is becoming a slumlord. And then the district is going to use eventually then their plans, according to one of our major media markets in the Twin Cities, is going to raise the building and then attract new development to the site to redevelop it. And that's according to an individual named Telly Mamaic, who's a communications director for the Watershed District. So we've been told by the author that, oh no, they're not going to go into developing this area. That's not what it's about. But the communications director for the Watershed District tells us that's exactly what they're going to do. So they're going to rent the building for the next 3 years, knock it down, and redevelop it, and become a business park of some sort with Watershed District money extracted from the fine people of Hennepin County, some of them against their will, with the notion that it's going to be used to protect water. Instead, they are going into the business to compete with many of the people from who the money was taken. And now we have a bill before us, members, that adds this watershed district and its assets and its fine taxing authority to a consortium of governmental entities to develop a multi-jurisdictional reinvestment program that is expanded, has more power to even grow more government investment, more government development, more government competition with the private sector businesses in Hennepin County who are there at the mercy of these same governments to pay the taxes that they are extracting from them. Members, that's the problem with the construct of the bill. We've been trying to get at it through amendments. Representative Nelson, you are correct. This amendment is not drafted to the intent and it's off target. I appreciate that. But members, this underlying bill is not ready for prime time. It needs to go back. Madam Speaker, thank you for your indulgence, and with that I withdraw the amendment.
Representative Drzeskowski withdraws the amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2162.
Third reading. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I actually just had an additional question or two for Representative Nelson on the bill.
He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Representative Nelson. I just got a chance. I was going from the House file, and I believe you were taking the Senate file. And so there's a new section that apparently is already in state law, but it's Section 2, and it talks about up to 1/2 of any state appropriation for the program authorized in Subdivision 1, where we're adding the Watershed District, must be used for Minneapolis and Brooklyn Center as grants to those two cities in a capital nature for constructing public infrastructure improvements. Could you just explain to me how that works and why this is in the Senate bill, it wasn't in the House bill?
Representative Nelson.
Let me pull up the House bill here. My understanding and Madam Speaker and members, the Senate bill was substituted for the House bill because this language was the same. And if you look in the House bill, which if you have 2613, Section 2 is the same as Section 2 of the Senate language. So the bills are identical. And Madam Speaker and members, it's not must spend on this, it's may spend on this. It's not a must, it's a may. So members, it is in the original bill, it is in the House file 2613.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, it must have changed because I was looking at the original the original bill language, and it was not there. I have that in front of me, so I'll just take your word that that somehow changed. I have some concerns with that, because up to half of this money, including the money of the watershed districts where they have taxing authority, is going to go to 2 of the 46, or may go to 2 of the 46 cities, and I find that troubling. Members, I would ask you to vote against this. I think that this bill isn't ready for prime time. I think that it lacks transparency and accountability. One thing that sort of troubles me is it's my understanding that there are some federal and maybe even state regulations that limit governmental units from purchasing property along a rail corridor while it's under environmental review. But the same doesn't hold true for watershed districts. And so I'm concerned that there may be some sort of tricky business going on here where if the county wants to do something, but maybe there are some federal or state restrictions, this is an end around to be able to do that. We're already seeing this watershed district take their taxing authority and spend much more on this one project, spending almost 3 times as much as the property was worth just a couple years earlier. And this watershed district isn't elected. It's just appointed by the board. So you essentially having the board going into this multi-jurisdictional agreement with the HRA, which is the board, along with the watershed district, which is appointed by the board. So you know, basically it's pretty easy to appoint the watershed district members that you want so that you can get done what you want. And that's not providing transparency to the voters in any way. Far from it. I know you want to look at this as streamlining, but if you look at the actual text of the bill, it talks about this program being authorized, and it talks about all the different things it can be used for, including economic development and job creation. And while we were looking here, I was a little curious, and I thought, well, what is a watershed district? What is their authority? In my amendment earlier, you remember, wanted to limit their authority. I wanted to limit the authority to clean water. So I looked at the Minnesota Association of Watershed Districts. I just Googled, what is a watershed district? And it says, watershed districts are local, special purpose units of government that work to solve and prevent water-related problems. So if I were a citizen, any of your taxpayers wanted to know what a watershed district is, they'd look at that and they'd think, oh, watershed districts work on water-related issues. That makes sense. But now they're in the business of purchasing land that perhaps the county can't purchase because it's on a light rail corridor. They're buying and selling. They're land speculators. They're involved in job creation now under this, economic development, all sorts of stuff. But yet they're not elected. Members, I just think that this is really funny. This is really something we should be concerned about. So I hope you all get a chance to read this text of the bill before we vote on it. I think it's really troublesome. It's a bad pattern and a precedent for us to set for us to have watershed districts that were never elected by anybody. They have tax authority, and now they're going well beyond their purported duty of looking at water quality issues, expending far beyond what they should be doing. And I just don't think that that's what the taxpayers had in mind. And I know, Representative Nelson, you said, well, the deal that we talked about, there's a willing buyer and a willing seller. Well, I take some exception to that because I'm a taxpayer in Hennepin County. All of my constituents are taxpayers in Hennepin County. And I don't think that you could say that all the participants in here are willing buyers, because I'm not a willing buyer in this deal that I knew nothing about. And certainly my constituents, you can't say that they're willing participants in this. They didn't have a say in it. I guess it's easy to be a willing buyer or willing seller when you're dealing with somebody else's money. Members, this bill has a lot of problems. It's allowing the watershed districts to have far more authority than they should, far more authority than any of our constituents expect them to have, and it is the wrong precedent for us to set. Members, please vote red on this bill.
Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, this has been a good discussion, a good debate about the role and the function of what the water districts are. And I don't want anyone listening to this debate to think that all of us collectively, whether Democrat or Republican, are against the mission of having clean water. Certainly there's much good work that the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District has accomplished in its scope and its mission. But with regard to a comment Representative Nelson made about this partnership, you know, it's nothing less than allowing the watershed district with their authority and their levy authority to go in and condemnate property and clear the way for the HRA to start building and doing redevelopment. That's not the purpose. And to be specific about the point that's been enumerated in this discussion about the cold storage building, the reality is that the work of the bank restoration that was done where the watershed felt it so necessary to acquire this property, the work has been completed without destruction of that building. It wasn't necessary to buy the whole property. Certainly there could have been an easement or some type of right-of-way that could have been acquired from it to do their work, even a temporary construction easement to do the creek bank restoration. That would have been the responsible thing to do as a watershed district. But what did they do? No, instead they go ahead and pay double the money. And I would point out that this transaction happened several years ago. So what have we done? We've taken a piece of property off of the tax rolls, and if you well, that's my presumption, and I see a head shaking no. But let's just, in that circumstance, if it were the case, I mean, even at $6.5 million, a commercial tax rate is about 4% of assessed value. That's $300,000 a year of property taxes. So, you know, this is not something that the watershed district needs to be doing, and we have oftentimes a situation where you might say you let the horse out of the barn. It's not too much different than we had a Metropolitan Sewer Commission some years ago. And this is also another unelected body that has metamorphosed into doing all sorts of other mission creep that it wasn't given the authority to do. This starts a precedent in which watershed districts were not intended to accomplish. And the fact that if you would vote no on this bill doesn't change the mission of what the watershed district is supposed to do. So, members, I would urge a red vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Nelson would yield for a question, please.
He will yield. Representative Leidiger.
Regarding Carver County and the Minnehaha district, watershed district, are there dollars assessed from Carver County that go into that fund, and those dollars then are going to be used to be spent on, for instance, the project that we have been talking about?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Leidiger, I'm not sure, but while I've got the microphone, the point that Representative Hurtis was talking about, they're taking it off the property tax rolls. It is not being taken off the property tax rolls until they demolish the building. They're continuing to pay property taxes to the county, the school boards, the cities, and they will do so. The money that's in the current leases, and that's why they didn't tear the building down yet, is that the current leases are going to let them expire, and as those people move out, when the building is empty, they're going to take it down, and the money that's from those leases is being used to pay the costs of the financing, covering the financing. And the purpose of this is when they get done with what they're going to be doing there and they sell the building off for redevelopment, they're hoping to recoup the entire cost of what they paid for it, so they're going to be on net even, or maybe make some money to pay if the property values rise. So, members, as far as Representative Leidiger, I'm not sure if it's in the watershed district and they're being assessed across the watershed district. Probably some of the money from the watershed district is going from Carver County is going to assess or to this assessment.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nelson. And of course, that's why I'm standing, looking after Carver County's interests on this. And the more I read the bill, you know, to me it looks like it's a bill written specifically to as a resource grab, a money grab. You know, let's go ahead and incorporate, you know, the watershed districts into this multi-jurisdictional reinvestment organization. I mean, to me, after reading it several times, that's what this looks like. let's go on out and let's scoop in some dollars from the unsuspecting outsiders way out there to Carver and bring some dollars on into this multi-jurisdictional group and let's spend it. Nobody's going to know the wiser. There's no elected officials on top of this. You know, that's what this bill looks like to me. It's crafted strangely to me. It's a bill that goes out and puts together a group of these unelected entities into one group, and then giving it an enormous amount of power to go ahead and do all these things. Not only environmental cleanup, but corridor planning, creation of the green spaces, acquisition of property, development and redevelopment of parks, open space, and the list goes on. And I want to thank Representative Pepin. She is the one who is, really has made this body look at this bill and focus on it for what it is. It's not good for the taxpayers at all. It certainly is not good for the transparency of government. Please, members, this is a bill that is not right for this state. We've seen way too much of this the whole year long. We've got entities, bodies that are out there that are no longer going to be electing their officials. And that's just happening across the state. And now we're giving unelected bodies more and more power to go ahead and do things. I don't think either side wants that to happen. And that's what it's looking like in this bill. Now, I recommend we vote no on this.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, we've had very good discussion on this bill. Obviously, this bill is not ready, needs more work. It did not receive input in the Government Operations Committee from the watershed district themselves, and I think we owe it to the people of Hennepin County to give more due diligence to this bill. Madam Speaker, I move to refer the bill to the Government Operations Committee and ask for a roll call.
Representative Drazkowski moves to send the bill to Government Operations, requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nelson.
I rise to speak against that. This was heard in the Government Operations Committee. The amendment was amended in the Government Operations Committee. The watershed districts were part of the presentation from the county and from the county board. And so, members, I say vote no. This already had a full hearing there, and it is ready for prime time.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the motion. The clerk will close the roll. McNamer votes no. Changes from aye to no. There being 56 ayes and 73 noes, the motion does not prevail. The bill is not re-referred. On passage. Any further discussion? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We've had a spirited discussion about a lot of things that aren't really part of this bill. That was a good discussion we've had today. And this is a good bill. It's we talked earlier, there was mention of joint powers agreements. This isn't creating anything new. We already have this multi-jurisdictional authority. We're just allowing the Hennepin County Redevelopment Authority to be able to have it and adding one entity, the watershed districts, to ones that they can partner with.
These aren't permanent organizations. This isn't changing anything. These are just, they can form a multi-jurisdictional agreement to move forward on a project, on redevelopment, on cleaning up water, and do the things that we need to do in a developed county like Hennepin County. So members, this is a good bill. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 75 ayes and 55 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to.
Madam Speaker.
Representative McDonald, for what purpose do you rise?
I inadvertently hit the wrong button. I vote no.
I'm sorry, once the vote is announced, it's too late to change. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2065. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2065 on the calendar for the day, the second engrossment, an act relating to labor and industry.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney. We have an amendment to insert the Senate language. Did you want to take that up first? Or to insert the House language?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to substitute the House language for the Senate language.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mahoney moving to amend Senate File 2065, the second engrossment as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert the language of House File 2198, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 2198.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House File 2198 is a omnibus deed or dolly bill, and it contains three different bills. Independent contractor registration, which is, and what it does there is it makes a pilot program for the last 2 years into a permanent program. This is they've had a lot of contractors hiring in a misclassified way, thus avoiding unemployment insurance and workers' comp, which creates an unfair advantage to good contractors, whether they're union or non-union. And everybody is happy with that particular bill, so I hope we'll all support that. Second bill in the omnibus bill is an apprenticeship program. This is an Isaacson bill. And what that does is the federal government updated its apprenticeship rules in 2010 and asked us to update our laws. We finally are doing that, updating laws. There's not much controversy in that particular bill itself. Then there is a municipal code authority bill. That is the McNamer bill. That one takes a little bit more explaining. The Department of Labor and Industry is responsible for all public buildings, the inspection of when you're building public buildings, schools, hospitals, public buildings, and unless there's an agreement with the local municipality. Representative McNamer brought a bill forth that requires Department of Labor and Industry to contract with, to give that authority to the public municipal inspectors on an easier, more consistent basis. Everybody's in agreement with this, so that's the amendment. That's the bill. And I believe I have some amendments, Madam Speaker.
To the amendment to insert the House language. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just had if Representative Mahoney would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Mahoney, I heard what was in the House bill. I'm just wondering if you could be clear as to how the Senate version is different from the House version. Was there some language in the Senate that was that was added, or if you could just be more clear on what exactly the differences are.
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, I believe House Senate File 2065 is the independent contractor bill in the Senate.
Any further discussion on the motion to insert the House language? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fabian moving to amend Senate File 2065, the second engrossment as follows, as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 1207.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What my amendment does is it deletes Section 1 of the bill, which is a section that pertains to the Agriculture Utilization Research Institute. And what that in essence would do is it would restore the language to the way that it currently is. In the bill, Section 1 is going to change the makeup of the board, or the requirement of the makeup of the board, from what it says to be 2 representatives of statewide farm organizations to 1 member appointed by and serving at the pleasure of the Minnesota Farm Bureau or its successor, and 1 member appointed by and serving at the pleasure of the Minnesota Farmers Union or its successor. So that members understand how the AURI board is composed. It's composed currently of 2 members who are appointed by the chairs of the Ag Finance Committees, 1 from the House and 1 from the Senate, 2 representatives from current statewide farm organizations, 2 representatives from agribusiness, and 3 representatives of the commodity promotions councils, which would be members of maybe the Wheat Growers Association, the Cattlemen's Association, turkey growers, the corn growers, soybean growers, and those types of organizations. The reason for my amendment is that at the time that this came before the Jobs Committee, Representative Falk presented this in committee. It was done, quite frankly, in a fairly hurried method, quite near the end of one of our Jobs Committee meetings. And at the time, it certainly seemed fairly innocuous to me, and maybe even today it probably is. But the process is what bothers me. This came to the committee. It did not go to the Ag Policy Committee, which I think it should have done. At the time that the idea and the amendment was presented, there were no letters of support for the change. There was no testimony from the AURI board or any of its at the time in support of the change. So my question would be, why is the legislature changing a board without input from the board? You know, you have a letter in front of you. Hopefully the letter has been handed out. I think it's there. You can see that there is a letter from Ron Obermuller, who is the chair of the board of the AURI board. And in there, he says that the most important concern is that although Representative Falk is a member of our board of directors, he has never discussed this amendment with our board. And later in there, he also says, I have deep concerns that precedence is being set that agriculture policy can be moved out of the jurisdiction of the experienced committee with responsibility to oversee sound agriculture policy in our state. And later on, he goes on to say that as stewards of state resources as well as other funding streams, we take our responsibility to exercise good governance and transparency very seriously. You can read the rest of this, members. I just don't think that this is the way that the legislature should be going about its business. I don't think that we should be sticking our nose in some place where we haven't been asked to do that. I've talked to other members about some things that they've done this year with regards to bills and amendments, changing boards and so forth. But all of the instances that I can think of, there's been support from the board to make that change. So, members, I would strongly encourage a green vote on my amendment. Thank you.
The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think there's a lot of things that need to be responded to here. And Representative Fabian, you clearly, you don't serve on this board and haven't been involved with it. So I'll give you a little bit of leeway that way. But no, this is an amendment that is supported. This is language that is supported by the Farmers Union. I want to be very clear. This is supported by the Farmers Union. And what it does is, because statewide farm organizations are ambiguous terms, we actually took the time to define that it means the Farmers Union and the Farm Bureau. And as has always been the case, that those organizations get to have a person on the AURI board that serves at the pleasure of the said organization. Now, one of the things that's happened on the board, and the board has some issues, I would say, is that they're trying to get rid of people who ask questions, who ask good questions, who ask questions about the finances. And, in full disclosure here, too, if this letter from Ron Obermuller, he serves as the chairman, this is true, but he was also unanimously not recommended for reappointment to the chairmanship. I served on the nominating committee, and he didn't like that nominating committee's decision, so he decided not to listen to the recommendation of the nominating committee. So that gives you a little idea of where things are at there. But beyond that, the board has been trying to get rid of the Farmers Union representative, or a few members have, because she does ask good questions. And let's be clear, too, this is kind of an good old boys club. It's she's the only woman on the board, and she's been there. She's got a lot of institutional knowledge, and they've been trying to remove her. So I do want to be clear that we did go through the process. We had this. I don't even believe it was late in the hearing, but nobody brought forward questions. We did bring this forward in the normal process, and once again, we are clearing up some ambiguous language. Statewide farm organization is not defined anywhere in law. Nothing wills and states that it has to be the Farmers Union or Farm Bureau. There could be other statewide farm organizations that would potentially meet that requirement, as it is undefined. So this clearly just states what has been the past practice, to go and allow the Farmers Union and Farm Bureau to go and have a person serve on the AURI board at the organization's pleasure. With that, members, I would ask that you vote against this, and I would request a roll call.
Representative Falk requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Fabian, I don't know what you were thinking or saw in the committee hearing. There were a couple of testifiers. No one asked questions. We passed it on a voice vote. So there was an ample opportunity to talk to us. I talked to both organizations that are mentioned in this. One was neutral, one was in support of it prior to the committee hearing and when it went on. And our committee, by the way, does have a lot to do with agriculture. We have the Rural Finance Authority, and the AURI is a research and economic development issue for greater Minnesota, so it does have value in our committee. Members, I don't want to speak too long on this. I just ask for a red vote on this particular bill.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I ask Representative Falk to respond?
He will yield. Representative Keel.
Representative Falk, did you happen to ask Farm Bureau if they supported this?
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Keel, they have indicated that they neither support nor oppose it.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the turkey growers responded, or the pork producers, or the Cattlemen's Association. Minnesota Milk, all of those groups are agriculture. Did you hear from any of them?
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Keel, being that they are not a statewide farm organization, it does not apply to them.
Representative Keel.
Well, I would say that all of those organizations would beg to differ with you. I know that Minnesota pork producers consider themselves representing pork producers all over Minnesota. AURI sits in my community and is a very important part of agriculture, and I'm very disappointed that we in the Ag Committee did not hear this bill. We would have had the discussion about how important this is to our district and to Minnesota and the agricultural world, and I'm very disappointed that we have decided that we are going to pull agriculture and the advisors out of this as opposed to listening to those groups. And that is what advances agriculture. AURI is a very important for agriculture and exposing Minnesota to all kinds of different products. So I would support Representative Fabian's amendment, and I think we need to think twice about what we're changing here.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members would Representative Falk yield, please.
He will yield. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Falk, how many members are on the AURI board?
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a 9-member board comprised of 2 legislators, 1 from the House, 1 from the Senate. There are 3 members representing commodity councils. It does not mean that all representatives of commodity councils are there, but just 3. There are 2 members from agribusiness and 2 members from what was formerly defined as statewide farm organizations, but now we're defining to be Farmers Union and Farm Bureau.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Representative Falk continue to yield?
He will yield. Representative Erdahl.
I'm assuming from your answer that the only 2 that are affected by your legislation in terms of being named are the Farmers Union and the Farm Bureau.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Erdahl, that is correct. It simply applies to the Farmers Union and Farm Bureau.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Falk, if you would continue to yield. Just wondering then if there were other statewide farm organizations, such as the NFO, or if the Grange suddenly had a resurgence, how could they be involved in this?
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Erdahl, the simple answer is they're not. This has been the practice that the statewide farm organizations have been represented by the Farm Bureau and Farmers Union. That's what the intent had always been, although that had been an undefined term, and the standard practice had been to allow those organizations to go and have their representative that they wanted on the board. So we are defining that. So this is something that the Farmers Union strongly supports. Farm Bureau has indicated a preference either way.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on the basis of what I've heard thus far in reading this letter, I would urge support for Representative Fabian's amendment.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Getting untangled here. This amendment to me seems to be, again, an example of we down here in St. Paul trying to micromanage an organization that doesn't need our micromanaging. As I understand, the board has moved to term limits, which means that now part of their board will be subject to term limits and some will not. Very confusing. And it just seems that this is not needed. And if, in fact, this has been the standard practice all of these years, why do we have to change it and put this into statute? It doesn't make any sense to me. And the other comment I would make about this being in the Commerce Committee and not being in the Ag Committee, as far as I know, the AURI, the A stands for agriculture. So it would make sense that this would at least be heard in the Ag Committee, which it was not. And I would urge members to support the Fabian amendment and vote this down.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to be clear, this is in Chapter 116V, which is an economic development, so it is appropriate in the Jobs and Economic Development Committee.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Members, Representative Mahoney and Representative Falk, I'm not discounting any of the things that you've said about why the bill is the way that it is, okay? But, members, my point is openness and transparency. Again, I want to repeat, both of these farm organizations that are being talked about here are members of the committee or members of the board. I fail to see why we here in St. Paul, as Representative Anderson so ably said, are trying to micromanage what's going on in the ORI board. Members, I'm at a loss for words of why we should be doing that. I would strongly encourage a green vote. Madam Chair, I don't think I've asked for a roll call, but I would request a... Okay, thank you. And I would strongly encourage a green vote. And let's let this board take care of if there's internal problems, let's let them take care of their problems. We don't have to be parents to everybody. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on... Oh, the member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Yes. Madam Speaker, will Representative Fabian yield to a question?
He will. Representative Kahn.
It's a double-pronged question. What is the gender balance on the current board, and do you think it's an appropriate number?
Representative Fabian.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What is the
gender balance on the board? Proportion of women compared to the proportion of men, and do you think that it's proper for correct deliberations?
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, no, I don't know that, okay? And quite frankly, for me, that's not what I'm discussing. If that board wants to have some sort of a gender makeup on their board, I think that that's something that they can address. Representative Falk is a member of that board. I'm sure that he can answer your question. Respectfully, I don't know the answer, no.
Representative Kahn.
Well, a hint to the answer. One of the things you're trying to do is, I think, remove the one woman out of 9 who is on the board. I don't think that's a very good idea to decide any of the kinds of problems that the state has to deal with.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, for you to somehow suggest to me that I am knowingly and willfully removing only a female member, I'm sorry, as Representative David said the other day on a comment that was made on the floor, it was not very appropriate or not very gentlemanly. In this case, Representative Kahn, with all due respect, I'm sorry, you can't go there with me and not get some sort of response. I have no idea what the gender makeup of the board is. And for you to somehow suggest that Representative Dan Fabian is somehow trying to jeopardize a gender makeup of the board and have some sort of a issue with a woman being on the board is extremely disrespectful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's a good time to remind the body, though no point of order has been raised, that we don't question the motives of members, but it's the substance of the amendment that's in dispute. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Well,
Representative Kahn.
I may just respond to that. All I did was ask a very gentle question, if you were aware of the gender balance on the board, which I had only just been aware of. And I don't think it was quite needed that ferocious response.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. One final comment, a reminder to the body that AURI does receive some state funding, and that funding comes out of the Department of Agriculture's budget.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Representative Anderson. The Speaker and I went round and round and round when we set up the committees. AURI has been in the Jobs Committee for many, many years. It's not in it this year, but it still is within my jurisdiction, but most of it is dealt with in the Ag Committee. You're correct. But it has always been through the Jobs and Economic Development. The statute that this is covering is in the Economic Development. So it does belong in my committee. and to Representative Fabian, to anyone who else wants to question whether we had hearings, we posted the amendment. It was talked about. It was talked about on the hallways. Everyone knew that amendment was coming. There were people in the audience that had the opportunity to come down and testify, both from the ag industry and the economic development industry. No one came down to testify on it. Members, vote red on this amendment.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mahoney moving to amend Senate File 2065, the second engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 284.
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speakers, members, sometimes we bring forth amendments that are at someone else's request. This is an amendment that I'm bringing forth at someone else's request. This is an amendment that allows an exemption in law for one sawmill near Grand Marais. In a county with less than 8,000 people. Requires the owner to comply with the inspection requirements that are in law today. The equipment on the boiler, it must be electronically controlled and have remote sensors so it can be operated remotely. It requires if something happens, and boilers have multiple fail-safes. They have two gas switches. They have a high water and low water cutoff. They have a high pressure, low pressure cutoff. If something is to go wrong with this boiler, either one of these two boilers, they would have to actually manually go in and reset it and start it up again. It requires remote monitoring of the water. It has an automatic safety mechanism built into the remote system that sends an alarm upon detection. And there will be an alarm that sounds if something goes wrong that can be heard for a distance of 1,000 yards. It must have a water treatment program that is supervised by a third party, and it must be attended at least twice in a 24-hour period, and it cannot be done within 8 hours of each one of those checks. It also has an expiration date of August of 2016. Now, Section 29 of the amendment requires that the Commissioner of Labor and Industry, within the existing appropriation, must update and modernize the rules related to high-pressure boilers. The Commissioner must make recommendations by October of 2015, which is before the session that this exemption would expire, which would give us, the legislature, time to look at those recommendations and put them into law. This is a rulemaking process which would have all concerned groups, boiler operators, businesses, the manufacturers, the inspectors, everyone would have a say in whatever new rules may or may not be made. And what I will say on this is that it is time to take a look at the boiler operation rules. An interesting statement was made the other day, and it was actually true. These rules and the basis for these rules were made when James J. Hill was still alive. James J. Hill has passed and gone long ago. So anyhow, it is time for us to take a look at new rules for boilers. We are now doing an awful lot of remote control, whether it's your car, remote car start, HVAC systems in your home, and a variety of others, your home alarm system, any number of other things. Boilers, we're moving into a different world with the way that things work. So this is an amendment, as I said, that came to me, and I am presenting it at the request of another member. I will stand for questions.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mahoney moving to amend his amendment 2065 as follows. The amendment is coded 288.
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, the 288 amendment requires the department to pay for any cost of rulemaking out of the construction code fund, which is the monies that they use to enforce the codes, and it's pretty much what the account is supposed to be used for. I didn't want to have the chair of Ways and Means having to stand up and say I was doing something wrong.
On the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lane moving to amend the Mahoney amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 1222.
The member from Anoka, Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, now in this amendment that Representative Mahoney just passed, it says that this boiler operation can be attended to twice a day, and it's set up to be as much as 15 hours without anybody attending to it. So that seems that their interest is at night, and the owner of the sawmill wants to not have to monitor it at nighttime. So let's change that and say that when people are on site during working hours, follow the current rules of attending to this high pressure boiler at least every 2 hours, and that's what he's doing. He's going from a low pressure boiler operation to a high pressure, but he doesn't want to increase the attending to it. So when people are on site, follow the current rules of attending to this high pressure boiler at least every 2 hours, and when people go home, then use your exemption to remotely monitor it. Even though remote monitoring is rarely done, it's considered unwise by the overall industry, and remote operations, which is actually in this bill, those words remote operations, as in this exemption, is unheard of. Not one manufacturer recommends it. These boilers can explode. That's why we have rules and licensure around their care. When they explode, they can kill or injure people. So this is about safety. This is about trying to get a little bit of safety back into this exemption. Please vote yes.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member that brought this to Representative Mahoney is myself. And this is an agreement that he and I have worked out for this legislation to move forward. And it's been tumultuous at times. Because whenever you have laws and rules that were written when James J. Hill was running railroads, that was in the early 1900s. Technology has come a long way, as Representative Mahoney stated. And in fact, this sawmill operator is very remotely located. He does attend the boiler. He has six high-pressure boiler operators on his staff. In fact, the Department of Labor and Industry makes a trip to Grand Marais to train them and to recurrent train them so that they don't have to come all the way down here to St. Paul to get that done because they're so isolated. What this will allow him to do They have no intention of leaving this thing unoccupied or unattended for hours on end. What this allows them to do is up their wood production of kiln-dried wood by a significant amount to meet the demand that is now starting to come based on the resurgence of the housing industry. Albeit small, they are feeling the orders, and they need to be able to dry wood at a faster rate. That is the reason for the amendment. The Lane amendment, which I ask you to oppose, says that it is not left unattended by a properly licensed boiler for more than 2 consecutive hours. So that means that during the evening time when it's not attended, let's say from 7 o'clock in the evening until 4 o'clock in the morning when the people arrive to start unloading and reloading the kiln, that only it must be attended every 2 hours if the public is on site or maintenance, custodial and service personnel. So that means that a logger who is a logging truck that's coming to pick up a load of kiln-dried wood that's going to Menards in Minneapolis they would have to send a boiler operator up there to be there during that period of time in the middle of the night while that truck. In opposite of that would be if a logging truck arrived on another remotely portion of the land that this company owns where they unload the raw product, they would have to send a boiler operator up there. So this amendment to the amendment, and I know, and I can't ever blame a member for standing up and defending a constituent, because that's what I'm doing, is defending the opportunity for someone who lives in a county of just over 5,000 people, 5,100 people in the county. They are the largest employer in the county, and they want to be able to up their production by doing this. It is all about safety, not about unsafety. So I'd ask that you oppose the amendment, but I do congratulate Representative Lane for being here and trying to defend her constituent who is also a boiler operator.
Representative Mahoney.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to irritate my good friend, Representative Dill, and say I think the amendment's just fine. I'm happy to accept it.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I would just add a couple of comments to what my good friend Representative Dill has said. Frankly, this is about the profitability of one wood products manufacturer. And up north, the profitability of forest products companies and the profitability of resort and hospitality related small businesses, that profitability margin is very, very thin. And this entrepreneur is simply asking for a little bit of relief. I think it's common sense. Please vote against this amendment.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Madam Speaker and members, to tell you the truth, I don't know one heck of a lot about this subject, but I got a constituent in the balcony that drove all the way up from Mankato to oppose the Lane amendment, so I would ask the opposition to the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Mahoney would rise for a question or two.
He will yield. Representative Albright.
Representative Mahoney, I understand your expertise in boilers. And I'm just wondering why the stipulations on one boiler are going to be different than 500 others across the state that would be under the same requirements.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Albright, I think that's actually a question for a little later because we're on the Lane amendment right now, but that would be a question that Representative Dill might be better suited to answer. I'm concerned with the second half of this amendment, which requires rulemaking authority, the Department of Labor and Industry, to make rules. This operator will have a 2-year window, and we will make rules that control boilers. We'll update them hopefully, and maybe, hopefully, he falls underneath this. But as far as the Lane amendment, and I would suggest that you talk to Representative Dill. But again, on the Lane amendment, I think this is a workable amendment. We might have to make a few changes in conference committee because this bill will be different than the Senate. But I think for a premise to start on, it's not bad.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the Representative Dill stand for a question?
He will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a kind of a general question. If we could kind of move into the future, if this Lane amendment's placed upon this bill, do you feel how that affect the job creation of this particular constituent of yours? Do you think if the Lane amendment went on, the bill today, do you think that would potentially cost jobs in northern Minnesota, or would it gain jobs in northern Minnesota? Thank you.
Representative Dill.
Thank you very much for the question. I think that by virtue of the fact that doing the amendment, or doing the Mahoney bill without the Lane amendment, will increase the opportunity for loggers to cut more wood, because the kiln will be drying as double the speed or near double the speed. It will increase the opportunity for truckers to haul more wood in and haul more wood out. It will keep a company that has been in business for 100 years consecutively from August, for this coming August 10th is their 100th anniversary. It will reward a company for investing in the latest technology to control boilers. It is very narrowly drafted to a county of less than 8,000, of which I have gone through the counties and asked these various representatives if they had drying operations within their jurisdictions that had the need to go to a high pressure, or were requesting it, or were interested in it. There was one at 10 Strike on Highway 71 between Bemidji and International Falls, and they are in Beltrami County, so that would not apply to them. This has everything to do about increasing the number of jobs. I want to say one last thing again. It has been said by many that Mr. Hedstrom does not want to have boiler operators, high-pressure boiler operators. I want to say again, he has 6 on staff, including himself. What he wants to be able to do is use the boiler operators appropriately, so that when they're on site during the days of operation, that they can do multiple tasks, as well as maintain the boiler and monitor it. Representative Mahoney is correct that when the boiler faults, it must be manually reset before the boiler can continue on forward. As far as the rulemaking is concerned, let me tell you about rulemaking and what it's done to the Iron Range and technology. In 1980, we made 40 million tons of taconite pellets on the Iron Range. 16,000 miners did that. In 2014, we are going to make 40 million tons of taconite pellets on the Iron Range. The exact same number is in 1980. But we're doing it with 4,500 people. Global competitiveness is all about technology and becoming more competitive so that we can compete in a world market. Now, we can't throw safety to the air. We can't do that. But we're not doing that with this amendment. This is very passionate amongst the boiler operators, and I understand that. But this is an opportunity economically for this county, who, by the way, this is a major employer in a county of less than 5,000.
Representative Mahoney.
Well, members, I'm going to go back to the Lane amendment that we're on right now. I'm not going to go to all the heart and soul of the rest of the amendment. The Lane amendment requires, if the public is on site, it has to be checked every 2 hours. You know, the conversation has said that this mill wants to have a daytime shift and an evening shift. Daytime shift starts 7 o'clock in the morning, goes till 3:30 or whatever. The evening shift goes from 3:30 till 11. So you do the math. 11 o'clock at night, they check the boiler. 11:30 probably when the last one leaves. That's 1:30 in the morning that they would have to check it again if somebody was there. If they're going to start the boiler up, somebody has to be there a little early to get the boiler operating and some of the other things. It's really saying that the public can't be on site for 4 or maybe 5 hours. I think until we get rulemaking done and we understand the Lane Amendment is a reasonable requirement for this kind of an exemption. Understand that this will be the only boiler, the only high-pressure boiler in the state that gets to run in this particular fashion. I don't want to stop jobs. I don't want to slow down this particular sawmill. But what Representative Lane is doing is saying that if you're going to operate the boiler, you can have maintenance people there, you can have security people there, but if you're going to have a truck driver, you're going to have a pipe fitter there, you're going to have a logger there, you have to check the boiler every 2 hours. This is a 5-hour window that this particular organization, this company, probably couldn't operate other than allow the kiln to heat up and dry the lumber. I think it's a reasonable one. I think this debate on this particular amendment has actually gone on a little too long.
All those in favor of the Lane amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dill moving to amend the Mahoney amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 287.
Representative Dill.
This amendment is one that the author of the amendment, on my behalf, has agreed to, and I'd ask for your support. It has to do with the distance of the sound of the alarm, the audible alarm that someone on site would, near the site, I should say, would be able to hear if the boiler went in default. It reduces it from 2/3 of a mile down to 1/4 of a mile.
Discussion. Hearing no discussion on the Dill amendment to the Mahoney amendment, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. There's another amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Green and others, Green moving to amend the Mahoney amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 1220.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment also deals with rural areas. We're talking about resort owners in the outstate and I'm sure down around the metro area, but not as much. You have resorts that are in pretty rural and far away from plumbers, far away from the cities. Anyway, what they're asking for is the ability to go in and maybe fix some broken pipes if they get some without having to call in a plumber in certain areas. Plugged up pipes. It's really important to them. You know, if you have a problem in these resorts when you've got people who are in renting and you have a plumber that's 4 or 5 hours away, or if it's the middle of the night and you can't get these things fixed, it's damaging to business, it's damaging to your property. This deals with seasonal, less than 250-day occupancy. It's pretty simple. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them if I can.
Representative Mahoney.
Well, members, it's deja vu all over again. 2007, we got rid of all the auxiliary licenses on these particular licenses because there's a good number in the construction trades, pipe fitters licenses, electricians license, plumbers license, a variety of others. There were some complaints back then, and we created restricted licenses for plumbers. We made it very simple. You essentially had to come in and show that you had a receipt from an Ace Hardware store and you had bought a half-inch copper elbow. The Department of Labor and Industry, they actually do good work. They sent letters to all the resort owners. They sent emails to all the resort owners. They went to all the resort shows that advertised this. 3 years after that was done, we left a 3-year window that they could come in and, get that restricted license. Third year got done, and all the resorters, I just didn't open my mail. I just didn't open my emails. I didn't see them. Members, vote the way you want. It's just deja vu all over again. And my comment is, there's been a commitment on the commissioner's part to work on this particular issue over the interim. But if this bill passes, then I guess there won't be any reason to do that. I'm not sure why resort owners should be any different than the little motel down in some small town west of here, or not in a resort town. But I guess that's what this amendment does, and we're going to carve out that special deal. We're doing that a lot today. I would ask for a red vote.
Representative Ansels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, if I am part of the family that owns a resort on Cutfoot Sioux, let's say it's Eagle's Nest, and I have 15 cabins, and I have a convenience area, and I have recreational facilities, and this is a full-service family resort owned and operated by a family that happens to live in the resort 365 days a year. I just don't think it makes any sense for the owner of that resort to have to go somewhere with a receipt proving that he bought a piece of copper pipe and ask for a restricted plumber's license and pay a fee so that he can or she can repair clogged toilets, shower heads, sinks, and what have you. I just don't think that makes any sense, and frankly, I just don't think that's even possible to comply with. And secondly, no resort owner today would even begin to think of replacing an old septic system or a faulty drain field by himself or herself. You know and I know that you go to the county where your facility is located and you design your septic system with the county. And the county gives you a list of septic contractors within the area in which your resort is located. And you hire them. And they put in your septic system. So really and truly, again, profitability is an issue in this small business. The margin is very thin. And I think as a policy, we should be making profitability and the operation of these resorts easier rather than harder. Or in northern Minnesota, where I'm from, we're going to lose more and more and more of these venues and these attractions and these places where we all like to enjoy those great waters and forests in northeastern Minnesota and all of northern Minnesota. So please join me in voting for the Green Amendment, and thank you, Representative Green. You really came up with a good idea.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also, Representative Zelk, rise in support of the Green Amendment. Thank you, Representative Green. You know, members, when I first started down here in 2007, my very first bill was called a backflow preventer bill. And do you remember that? Do you remember that discussion? Yes, Representative Erickson, I think you were the one that, no vote. But the backflow preventer bill, members, was a very, very big issue with our resort and camping folks. The department, the agencies that were involved, Department of Health, Dolly, wanted to make sure they used this particular piece of backflow preventer that was hundreds of dollars, and not this piece that was the same type of thing for $10. And eventually, members, we were able to show and prove to both agencies that the more economical piece did the same kind of job than the piece that they wanted to use, thereby saving campgrounds and resorts significant dollars. And Representative Green, that's exactly what you're trying to do in this amendment. And Representative Zelk, we have already lost Ma and Pa resorts in the state of Minnesota, in all areas of the state, but in particular northern Minnesota and central Minnesota. The numbers are greatly, greatly down in Ma and Pa resorts because, as Representative Zelk said, the profitability margin is thin and small, and they economically, a lot of them, unfortunately and sadly, close. Members, I'm fortunate enough to be what's called a seasonal camper at a resort up in Nisswa for 25 years. And I know Representative Bigham is still here. She's a neighbor of mine up at that same resort. And I remember, and my resort owner is continually talking to me about you doing things right, but also doing things in an economic way, like can I change my own washers? Can I fix a little broken pipe? You know, those kind of things that they can handle. And the owner of our resort that we stay in and his staff are more than capable, Representative Dill, of taking care of those kind of problems within their resort in an economical way. So I too rise in support of the Green Amendment, but not only for myself and as a legislature, but for all the resorts and campgrounds in the state of Minnesota, including Max over in Representative Erickson's area as well. So, members, please vote green on the Green Amendment.
I've had a request to quiet the body, so if you can take your conversations off of the House floor into the retiring room. The member from Otter Tail, Representative Nornis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very good amendment, a very common sense amendment, and I don't know why we would not support this 100%. Can you imagine checking into a resort that you have stayed at for years, paying a lot of good money for the week you're going to be there, hoping for good weather, good fishing, all of those things, and you spring a leak in the bathroom, and what do? You call the owner, and he'll come and look at it, and he'll have to turn and say to you, you know, you're going to have to just live with that until we can get a plumber. It might take 2 or 3 days. Can you imagine how happy that person would be that paid good money to be there for a week and have a good time with the family, and because of this regulation that we have in place, they're going to go home kind of upset and may not come back another year. So I think that we have to allow the owners of the resorts a little bit of freedom to do the right thing for their customers, and we've got to start by passing this amendment. Thank you much.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Green, for your amendment. Again, I urge green on green here. Members, if you look online, you'll see House File 891. That was the bill that would do this. And I do want to address a couple of the, or a comment that was made earlier. Representative Mahoney said that the Department of Labor and Industry had been all over and gone to all the shows and so forth and so on. Well, I have an email from a person that represents the resort industry, and this person tells me that they never went to our conferences or shows. There was no outreach at all. In fact, we never thought of it supplied to us because we were not in the business of plumbing. Members, the point here is this. As Representative Ward said, you know, we as a legislature seem to do more and more and more to regulate and regulate, and I understand oftentimes it's with some good intentions. But the fact of the matter is a lot of these mom and pop resorts that Representative Anzels refers to and Representative Nornis, these people work amazingly hard to make a little bit of money. And when they've got plumbing problems, some of these things are really quite simple procedures, because many of you know that so many of these people, they just are handy at what they do. They fix things by nature. They're like farmers. They just know how to fix things. And now we've got this mandate that says that they can't do it. Representative Anzels referred to the restricted license and going about getting a piece of pipe and taking a receipt. And Mr. Speaker, if Representative Mahoney would yield to a question, please.
He will yield. Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Mahoney, how much does a restricted plumber's license cost? What is the cost of a restricted plumber's license?
Mr. Speaker, Representative Fabian, I will answer that question in a second here. I mean, somebody said that this bill never got a hearing. Well, there was never a hearing request put in for it, by the way. And someone else said that you couldn't repair anything unless you called a plumber. Actually, you could repair a faucet, you could repair a plugged toilet, you could replace a shower head, you do all sorts of that stuff. What you can't do without a restricted plumber's license is remodel a kitchen or a bathroom, a number of those particular things. That's what the restricted plumbing license is for in terms of, see, plumbing regulations are not about profits. Plumbing regulations are not about whether somebody gets money or somebody doesn't get money. Plumbing regulations are about health and safety, period. That's it. They're all based on health. So that's what that is. No hearing request based on health and safety. And I think, and I'm coming off the top, I'm doing it off the top of my head, but I believe it was like $25 for a restricted plumber's license, and it was $250 for a restricted master plumber license.
Representative Fabian.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mahoney, am I take it to understand that you are saying that I did not have a request for a hearing on House File 891? If he would yield to that question, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mahoney.
Yes.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mahoney, you know that you and I have had conversations about this bill. Correct? Last session.
Mr. Speaker, did you want me to answer that? Actually, I remember no conversation about this bill whatsoever. All session, all last session, I haven't heard about this bill since Larry Howes put in House File 632 in 2011 that would create a maintenance plumber. And there's a variety of other things that the department has been trying to work on but apparently hasn't. And as far, by the way, as the representative of that particular organization saying they weren't there, that's fine. I'm going to go with what the department tells me.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know, this bill has been around for a long time, and I've heard in the last couple of days that now all of a sudden the agency wants to sit down and have a discussion with the parties involved in this. Members, we need to send a loud and clear message to the agency that they do need to address this. Representative Ward talked about 2007. Okay? This has gone on way too long. And we can send a loud and clear message to the agency that this needs to be dealt with, and this is your chance to send a message to a state agency that, quite frankly, has been dragging their feet. Vote green on green. Thank you.
Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Green for your amendment to the amendment. My fellow colleague, Ranger Tom Enzalk, Representative Tom Enzalk, music to my ears listening to you speak about common sense. And, you know, Representative Ward, same thing. We've got a situation where, you know, you have to deal with things and can't wait inevitably for long-distance service or plumber to come and do something, as you've very clearly articulated. And as a member of the building trades and construction industry, this is not a unique problem just to a resort owner. You might have a model home that you and your wife are out for dinner and decide to swing by the model, just make sure that everything is okay, and happen to notice something unusual, only to walk in and find something catastrophic is happening. And, you know, short of just turning off the water, there's issues that just need to be fixed. And for those of us that are in the trades and oftentimes as general contractors and builders, you need to be well versed in all aspects of putting a home together. And what we've seen going on over the last many years is this type of legislation that continues to make it more difficult for the owners of property to take care of their property. And even in the home building industry, there are mom and pa shops. There's lots of mom and pa builders, small companies that build a spec house or build a model house. And I'm not suggesting that they should be able to do anything they want in terms of delivering a safe product. That's not what I'm talking about. But there are those circumstances when something happens and you need to be able to fix it and repair it. And I would just add that not too long ago, the electricians union suddenly made it illegal and without getting a license to pull speaker wire. And oftentimes during the rough-in stage, a customer says, hey, I'd like to get a piece of speaker wire pulled. And it's this type of agency rules and regulations that are just onerous. And so, Representative Anzel, Representative Ward, I would look forward to working with you next year to look at further reforms that can be done to return some common sense to the building trades and professions. Thank you.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's been said that these regulations should be based on health and safety, and I get that. They should be. But it all should be just a little bit of common sense that would allow this amendment to work. And as I heard my colleagues Anzels and Ward speak in favor of the amendment, I could sense kind of a kumbaya moment coming here when we may approve this amendment. So I would suggest 2 for 2 for Representative Green on his amendments today. Thank you.
Representative Mahoney. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. What are we on?
We're on the Mahoney now, right? We're on the Mahoney, I think.
Oh, we're on the Mahoney amendment. Representative Mahoney? Any further discussion on the underlying amendment? You don't have to.
Mr. Speaker, You know, we've put a lot onto this particular bill of mine. Again, this amendment was brought to me by someone, so vote whichever way you want. I won't feel offended, red or green.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion does not prevail. Division. Okay. All those in favor of C, please stand up.
There you go. 16.
Those opposed, please stand up. There being 65 ayes and 42 noes, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2065, as amended.
Third reading. Any discussion of the bill? Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think the author of the particular provision I want to ask is on the floor, but would Representative Mahoney then yield? He will yield. Representative Mahoney, on the independent contractor language change, I have experienced several problems with the pilot project, and I think this is Representative Nelson's bill, but maybe you can address it. Will these changes now for an independent contractor clear up all the issues that have existed in regard to the pilot project and what it required? This is Section 14.
Representative Mahoney.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Erickson, you'd have to be more specific about what it might or might not clear up. My understanding is that the department, the contractors on both the union, non-union contractors, unemployment groups, and the workers' comp groups have all kind of worked this all out, and everybody's happy, and it's working just fine.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Mahoney, or Representative Nelson is on the floor now. I think this was his bill. Will he yield, please?
He will yield. Representative Erickson.
Representative Nelson, the changes that have been made now, the pilot project is gone. I'm talking about independent contractors, sections 14 and 15, and probably even 16 of the bill. Has the language now that's been deleted with the pilot project gone and the new language cleared up any issues that a contractor will have in regard to the independent contracting provisions in the pilot project that caused, in fact, in my area, some $10,000 fines because the registrations were not made properly, as I understand it?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Erickson, for the question. Yes, the language that's in here has been agreed to on by all the parties, and it's tweaks to problems they found with the original pilot project, and to make it work better. They put in a rebuttable. I'm going to say it properly, but you can rebut the fact if they say you're an independent, or you're an employee or an independent contractor, if they say you're an employee, that you can rebut that by proving with the 9-point factor that's currently in law that you are really a contractor. They're giving a forgiveness for if the first time you get caught, don't do it correctly, you get basically a one-shot free. That okay, you made a mistake. The idea of the program from the beginning that Representative Sanders put in place, the pilot project, is not to punish people, but to try and get compliance. And along that line, it's give you a one-shot free. You make a mistake, we'll help you, work with you to correct it. And going forward, we'll, then if you continue to do it, then we'll go after you. But it's just a matter. We want to work with. We want to get compliance, and that's what the department wants, and that's what this language has been worked out to do that.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson. One last question. Is there any retroactivity, if he would yield for a final question, if a builder was fined for not having followed the provisions of an ambiguous pilot project?
Representative Nelson.
I do not believe so. But I believe so. There is not. And in the report that came that they did, the majority of, if you look down the report that they had from the original pilot project, most of them there was a fine. The majority of it was abated by getting them to be registered and registered properly, and there was a few large fines, but there was a few large fines because there were some egregious things that were actually going on they caught it by the registration program. But that's not the intention of the program. The intention of the program is to help contractors comply with the law and so that we're catching these people that are actually cheating and making it difficult for our good contractors, our compliant businesses to be able to do the job and get to work when they contract.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson. This is really an important change and a very good change. I'm not sure if others heard from the Builders Association, whether it was the Major Builders Association or Central Minnesota Builders Association, but I think the ambiguity that was in that pilot project in regard to registering if you were an independent contractor was something that threw off a few of our constituents in their business and caused, in my situation, some harm in a pretty big fine. So I'm so glad to see this language clarified, and hope that our builders will be able to proceed in an orderly fashion and under some good law now. Thank you very much.
Representative Mahoney.
Well, I'm sure to start up a firestorm. So I voted against the amendment, by the way, for any of those that might have wanted to know on the boiler exemption, because I'm a little worried about breaking a 100-year exemption without having the experts go over it. There's no one on this floor that's an expert on boilers. There's no one in the other chamber. There's no one in this building that I think is an expert on boilers, and we're giving an exemption. And with my work history, that's a little tough. And now we're going to have plumbers work in the state without training. Not a requirement that they even have a plumbing code on site, a copy of the plumbing code on site whatsoever. No training. Just go down to the hardware store and talk to Sam or Sally. Hey, how do I put this in? So we can do that now. A lot of good things in the bill, a few bad things in the bill. The departments want it. Frankly, vote the way you want.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk, close the roll. There being 80 ayes and 49 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day. Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File 2466. Atkins, Lesh, and Cornish. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File 2782. Winkler, Bernardy, and O'Driscoll.
The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 799. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 799, an act relating to elections.
Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be laid on the table.
Representative Lesh moves that the bill be laid on the table. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. Conference Committee report on House Files.
Conference Committee report. This is the Melin motion, Mr. Speaker. Conference Committee report on House File 2536, an act relating to state government. The report's addressed to the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Sandra L. Pappas, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 2536, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 2 of the 3 conferees on the part of the House and 2 of 3 conferees on the part of the Senate. Melin moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File 2536 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by Conference Committee.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and that is my motion that we would adopt the Conference Committee report that you have in front of you today. Members, this is the Women's Economic Security Act, and first of all, I want to thank members on both sides of the aisle for their strong support in this as it left the House floor a couple of weeks ago. We really passed a great package out of the House, and we're coming back with a great package from Conference Committee. I want to thank my conferees, Representative Kresha and Representative Moran, for the hard work that they put into this piece of legislation and the hard work that we put into Conference Committee to make sure that we had the best Conference Committee report possible. Members, I just want to highlight some changes in the Conference Committee report so members know what came out of Conference Committee. On the first provisions, dealing with women in high-wage, high-demand, non-traditional jobs grant program, the language was similar in the House and the Senate. One change is the appropriation of $500,000 to DEED and $250,000 to Dolly for grants is now out of the Workforce Development Fund as opposed to the general fund. The unemployment benefits for victims of stalking and sexual assault, it was the same language in the House and the Senate, and we just adopted a technical amendment there. On the equal pay certificates, the Conference Committee merged the House and Senate language that came out of both bodies. Changes from the House version include applying the equal pay certificates to businesses with that contract with the state in excess of $500,000, which was the House position, of 40 or more employees. The House version had 50 or more employees, but we adopted the Senate version of 40 or more employees. We also added the requirements to apply to the Met Council. The House bill exempted hospitals, nursing homes, and providers with health care contracts. The Conference Committee report adds that same exemption for programs that provide vocational services to people with disabilities. We also exempted the State Board of Investment for contracts for investment that they have with mutual funds, but just for those contracts dealing with mutual funds, which is not technically taxpayer money. Adopted the House EEO1 and audit language, and we agreed to take the Senate language on the process for revoking a certificate or contract. We clarified that a business can obtain an administrative hearing before the suspension or revocation of a certificate. And we also adopted the Senate reporting language requiring a biannual report instead of a one-time report on the number of equal pay certificates issued and the results of audits. We adopted the House effective date of August 1st, 2014. Members, in Article 2, Section 8, Women Entrepreneurs, we adopted the House language appropriating grants to Women Venture and Women's Business Center of Northeastern Minnesota. We also added an amendment to allow organizations to use the grant to develop best practices model that could be replicated statewide. On the retirement savings portion, members, we adopted the House language and added one item to the mandatory items on the barriers to savings and reasons individuals and employers may not be participating in existing private sector retirement plans. If you'll recall, the original House language had appropriated $300,000. The Senate had actually appropriated $750,000. We landed on an appropriation of $400,000 with those additional considerations. Pregnancy and parenting leave provisions, they were identical language in the House and the Senate, except the Senate had used the word biological and the House had used the word natural parent. We adopted the Senate's term of biological parent. Sick and safe leave, we adopted the House Bernardy amendment that added care of in-laws to the list of relatives for whom an employee may use sick leave benefits. Pregnancy accommodations, we adopted the Senate language that provides an employer does not have to provide an accommodation if the accommodation would impose an undue hardship on the operation of the employer's business. An employer may not claim undue hardship for accommodations for more frequent restroom breaks, food and water breaks, seating, and limits on lifting of over 20 pounds. We also adopted a House amendment that provides the employer must provide a reasonable accommodation to employee for health conditions related to pregnancy or childbirth if she so requests, with the advice of her health care provider. We also adopted Senate language that provides that no employer shall require an employee to take leave or accept an accommodation. Wage disclosure protection, we adopted the Senate language, moving the section from Chapter 181, moving the section to Chapter 181 from Chapter 363A, and we also adopted enforcement provisions within Dolly, Chapter 177. Nursing mothers, we adopted the Senate language that provides an employer must provide a space other than a bathroom for a mother to express her milk in privacy. And we adopted enforcement provisions within Dolly in Chapter 177 instead of Chapter 363A, the human rights enforcement, which had been the Senate or the House's position. Members, for familial status, coming out of conference committee, we adopted the House language that added familial status to the Minnesota Human Rights Act, enhancing protections for workers from discrimination based on their status as a parent, but we removed the family caregiver status, which was not part of the Senate language. The Dolly appropriation, we appropriated $100,000 in each of fiscal year 15, 16, and 17 to Dolly for enforcement of the wage disclosure, nursing mothers, sick leave, pregnancy accommodations, and pregnancy and parenting leave provisions. And on the early learning scholarships, the House had some language lifting the cap on early learning scholarships, although we had not funded it. The Senate did not have any language dealing with the early learning scholarships, and we agreed to remove reference to the scholarships in the conference committee report. Members, I would please ask for your support on adopting the conference committee, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested.
Yep.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Can members take their conversations to the alcove or to the retiring room? It's getting very loud in here. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to motion to not concur with the conference committee report and send it back to conference committee. And I'd like a roll call on that too, please.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Melin, there are a couple of questions that I have regarding the conference committee report that I wanted to ask you about. First being talking about just the familial status portion of the bill. If you can tell me, I know that there's different entities from the counties, the cities, and the school districts, the public entities, as well as the private entities. I want to see if you can clarify for me where in the bill it says that a school district or the county or a city or a private entity, if they did not provide a special accommodation or exceptions to ordinary performance expectations or evaluations due to an employee's parental status, would then that county, that city, or that school district, if they were to discipline them on those performance measures, just ordinary performance measures, would they be in violation of the familial status language that you have in this bill? If you will yield, please.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Anderson. The familial status protection was in the House version that we passed off of the House floor. The Minnesota Human Rights Act in the employment discrimination section has nothing to do with special privileges or special treatment. It simply provides that you cannot discriminate against a person based on their status. So current protections include race, religion, creed, marital status, and we're adding familial status, which is already defined in the Minnesota Human Rights Act, and it only includes pregnant women and mothers and fathers who have children under the age of 18 living with them, and it simply, by adding it to the employment discrimination section, says that employers cannot discriminate against someone based on their familial status. So cannot discriminate against a pregnant woman and cannot discriminate against people because they have children. In regards to hiring, promotion, termination decisions, has nothing to do with special privileges or accommodations, and I would just remind members that that provision did pass off of the House floor.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Melin would yield to another question.
She will. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Melin, though, the question that I'm asking is this. If an employee were to come to work late on a regular basis, which would be a violation of the employer's performance standards, but that employee said it was because of their parental duties, would it be prohibited for the employer to either reprimand or terminate that employee's employment?
Representative Melin.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson, I just answered your question. No, it has nothing to do with any sort of special treatment. People are still expected to work on time and fulfill their job obligations. All it is saying is you can't discriminate against a person based on their familial status. When this most comes up is when we reference what's called the motherhood penalty in the workplace. Women who have children are 50% less likely to receive a promotion than single women. And what often happens is the employer assumes that she would not want a promotion because she would rather be traveling less or spending more time with the kids, and that promotion is denied. That can certainly happen to fathers too, and they would be provided the same protection under this law. But right now there is no protection for discrimination against pregnant women or people with minor children. This has nothing to do with performance at work. It has to do with discrimination. So those other protected classes that I cited, I mean, that would be like saying that because religion is included as a protected class, that somebody could continue to be late for work and claim that it was due to their religious obligations and that the employer wouldn't be able to take action against them for their poor performance. That's just simply not what the Minnesota Human Rights Act does.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Melin would yield again.
Representative Melin will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative Melin, can you give me clarification? If an employee who has parental status, if they were to, if they're working in a school district, for example, and the school district happens to offer a family policy and a single policy, but the single policy is cheaper than the family policy, would that be deemed as discrimination by the school district, and would they be held liable based upon this language in this bill?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Anderson. You know, I don't know how many different ways I can answer this question, and I would just remind you that we're on a motion of whether or not to adopt the conference committee report, and that language passed off the House floor. So I'm not sure how many questions we need to answer about language that passed off the House floor and is now back on the House floor as part of the conference committee report. The Minnesota Human Rights Act, under the employment discrimination provisions, simply says that you can't discriminate against an employee based on their marital status, familial status, sex, disability, religion, creed. It just provides against discrimination, not against any sort of special treatment.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Melin, this can go really fast. I just have some questions. I'm just asking for you to respond. So on my last question, if you will yield to the question again, please.
She will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative Melin, all I'm asking is, if a school district offers a single individual policy and a family's policy, but the family policy costs more, would the school district be deemed in violation of this law and committing discrimination against that employee because they are now part of this protected class?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Anderson, no. Marital status is already a protected class, and we know that health care plans differ on whether or not you're single, and if you are married and your husband or wife joins your health care plan, then the costs go up. That's already a protected class, and that wouldn't change here. That would not be considered employment discrimination.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Melin will yield.
She will. Representative Anderson.
Representative Melin, just another question that I have. If you have the county, if they fail to provide child care or reimbursement for child care, either not having a facility on site or whatnot, can you tell me, would they be deemed discriminating against an employee who is a parent, or are you saying that that is not the case under this bill? Can you give that clarification, please?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Anderson, no, that would not be discrimination.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Melin, one last question that I have. If a school district or the county or the city, if they have a trip that they have to make, or if they are requiring their employees to do some travel, do they need to make special accommodations for employees that have the familial status that they're a parent? And would they, or are they okay in not doing that? And would that violate the discrimination language that's in here? Can you tell me that?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Anderson, you already voted for this language. This is the language that passed the House floor. But to continue to answer your questions about every scenario that could arise, no, this has to just do with discrimination, not any sort of special privileges or special accommodations.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Melin, if you will yield to one more question, please.
She will. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Melin, I appreciate your patience on this. I think it's good to have questions about these bills, and it's always good to keep asking questions, especially when you get feedback from your constituents. So, Representative Melin, I just want to verify that on the equity portion of this bill, it's your intent that this is equal pay for equal work. Is that correct?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson, yes.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the author could just yield to a couple of questions.
She will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Melin, I just wanted to draw your attention to Section 6, the equal pay certificate portion, the portion from lines 9.1 to 9.15. And I'll ask my question while you're getting to it. I'm a little confused between the first part of it and the second part. It looks like you added some Senate language in on lines 9.5 and 9.6 that says the words, or it has been certified in writing that it is exempt. And then the next section, the B section, says that this section does not apply to a business with respect to a specific contract, and then it lists a whole bunch of folks who it is not exempt. Can you just clarify that? Who are these 43A, 62A, 62C, are they exempt? Does that mean they're exempt from the certification and writing requirement? Does that mean that they don't have to do the certification and writing requirement?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pepin, yes, and some of that was in the language that passed the House floor, such as nursing homes and healthcare providers, and then we took the Senate language that exempted the Board of Investment just for managing their mutual funds and for programs that provide vocational services to individuals with disabilities. So we had some exemptions in the House language. There was some additional ones in the Senate language that we adopted.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Melin. So I just want to clarify for the record here. So any of these groups listed under 43A, 62A, 62C, 62D, 62E, etc., they do not have to certify in writing that if they believe that they are exempt. And then could you, so just please, if you could just clarify that is the case, they don't have to certify in writing. And then also, could you do a longer reading of those groups that are exempted? I think it's important just for clarity so that they know whether they have to follow this requirement or not. I believe it might be nursing homes, hospitals, etc. But could you go into a little bit more detail about those groups and just clarify, and just once again, that these folks listed do not have to certify in writing that they are exempt?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin, yes, that's correct that these groups that are cited for the exemption don't have to certify in writing that they're exempt. And again, the groups would be hospitals, nursing homes, providers with health care contracts, programs that provide vocational services to individuals with disabilities, and the State Board of Investment for managing their mutual funds.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Melin, then on line 9.5, 9.6, the new language there, or I think the Senate language, the part that it says it has the certified in writing part that is exempt, who does that apply to then? Who needs to provide certification in writing that they are exempt?
Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin, I think it would be, I'm just looking for Council's guidance.
I'm not even sure that there would be much left that's exempt to, because the contract doesn't apply, this section doesn't apply to a contract for any of these, then there may not be a lot of groups that would have to certify in writing that they're exempt. The statute probably would take care of most of that.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin, I think the statute would take care of most of that through paragraph B, so that there would be no others that would have to certify in writing that they were exempt, because in paragraph B we outline the entities that are exempted from that certification.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm confused by that because it looks like, or the language says that they either have to certify or they have to certify in writing if they are exempt, and I'm just not sure who that applies to. If you could, it looks to me like it might be businesses smaller than 40, but if you could just clarify, I don't know who that is. Because if everybody's exempt, then why is the language there? Who certify? What's the certification language for? What's the point?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin, if the business is smaller than 40, the whole section doesn't apply. Or even if the business has more than 40 but the contract is less than 500,000, it wouldn't apply. So again, I mean, the language is there, but really it's the businesses that we outline in paragraph B that are exempted.
Representative Pepin.
Okay, Mr. Speaker and Representative Melin, I'm confused as to the certification in writing that's exempt. I don't know what that. I wanted you to. The next question was going to be what that certification requires, but I'm not sure if everybody under B is exempt. There must be some that aren't exempt, and then so if they have to certify in writing that they're exempt, that's going to be some work. And I'm trying to understand who would have to do that and what that process would look like.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin. I think my answer is going to be the same, that it's just the businesses whose contracts fall under the statutes or the provisions cited in paragraph B that have the exemption.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Melin, that can't be because that section is exempt. So if they're exempt, why do they have to certify? It says they're completely exempt. So there has to be a better answer than that, because there are going to be businesses out there that aren't going to know what to do if we pass this bill today. And I think it's really important that we provide clarity in what your intent is. I don't know who. I thought it was businesses under 40 from my reading. But if it's not, I don't know who has to certify in writing that they are exempt. And because that language, I think, is Senate language. I think it's new to the House. I'm not sure, but I don't know what it means. If it is what it says it is, if it is what you say it is, then that language wouldn't be required. And furthermore, I don't see any language that says what the certification process is. Is there a form that they would fill out? Whoever these people are, is there a form? What is the process? If you could provide clarity, and if you can't provide more clarity, I think that we need to, out of necessity, to provide clarity to all involved. I think we're going to have to do what Representative Anderson says and refuse to adopt. So if you could just yield to the questions, if you could provide further input on that.
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin, I just don't foresee this causing confusion to businesses. The equal pay provision is very clear that it only applies to employers with 40 or more full-time employees with contracts of more than 500,000. It's also very clear in paragraph B which contracts are exempt. I don't foresee a lot of confusion. I can't answer the question the way that maybe you want me to answer it, but I don't see a conflict here.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Melin. Well, I think it's very confusing. I don't understand I still don't know who has to certify in writing they are exempt. If you're exempt, why do you need to certify? And if you do have to certify, then I think there needs to be more clarification on what that certification process is. I don't know if it's going to go to rulemaking or what, but I don't know if it means that they're going to have to fill out a particular form. Who approves it? Does it have to be notarized? What does the form look like? We need to know how much this is going to cost. We don't know what we're looking at. I think this is very disconcerting to members of the community that are impacted, and I think because this is so unclear and it looks like a contradiction, the first section and the second section look like a contradiction with each other, and I think that this what the best bet to do here, members, is I think what we really need to do is to send it back to conference committee and get this section fixed up so that there is no confusion. I know I'm not the only one confused. There are a lot of business groups and others that express confusion under that section, and for that reason, I don't see that we have any other choice than to refuse to adopt. So, members, I'd ask your support for the Anderson motion.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Melin would yield to a question. Thank you, Representative Melin. I was looking through to make sure I understood all the changes from the conference committee and agreements with the Senate. And one of the ones I wasn't clear on specifically, I'm trying to find the page here, was on the pregnancy hardship leave, and it had to do with obviously the request for accommodation that comes from the employee to the employer, and there's certain things that the employer certainly may not and should not refuse to give with regards to accommodation, which obviously I think is extremely appropriate. But in line 18.24 begins subdivision 4, employee not required to take a leave. And then it goes on to say an employer shall not require an employee to take a leave or accept an accommodation. Could you clarify for me, does that mean if there is a pregnant employee, the employer can't voluntarily approach the employee and say, I'd like to offer you an accommodation, and the employee can refuse? Or does this pertain to, say, an employee comes to the employer, asks for something specific, the employer offers something similar but not the same, can the employee continue to refuse what the employer is offering? What specifically is meant by this line, if you would?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Loon. And this simply says that the employer cannot force an employee who happens to be pregnant to take a leave or accept an accommodation if she doesn't want to. And I think this language came out of, there was a couple of lawsuits from women who were expecting, and their employer required them to change shifts, required them to go on maternity leave before the child was born, and then of course you were only guaranteed 6 weeks or 12 weeks depending on your employer as far as the maternity leave goes. So we just wanted to make sure that women aren't forced to take a leave or take an accommodation if she doesn't want to. So that's why we have the language in there that the accommodations are if she so requests, and also the language that the employer can't force her to take an accommodation or a leave.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Melin. If you would continue to yield.
She will. Representative Loon.
Thank you, and Representative Melin, thank you for that. I just wanted to make certain that again, in all of this deems around the wording reasonable accommodation and not causing an undue hardship, and that those are terms that are pretty well defined in laws in terms of, and as case law has helped shape them. But again, I just wanted to make certain that if an employer is offering an accommodation to an employee based upon that employee's, on her request, would this line allow that employee to continue refusing an accommodation and sort of seeking something else? Is there any type of discussion that you had or anything else in the bill to provide that would not be the case?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Loon, well, yes, I do think that a pregnant woman could refuse an accommodation that her employer is asking her to take that she doesn't want. There's nothing that would prevent an employer from saying, do you want this, to a pregnant employee, and if she says no, then she simply doesn't have to take the accommodation, but she can't be forced to take an accommodation.
Representative Loon.
All right, thank you, Representative Melin and Mr. Speaker. One other question, and this has to do more with the pay equity portion of the bill, and I had some concerns that I raised when the House first considered the bill before it went to conference on some of those, really the structure that was being set up on pay equity. We've had a number of laws in the country and in the state with regards to equal pay for equal work, and that, and there are federal certifications and audits that are done for contractors currently. But what's in the bill is very similar to what passed the House before, but some changes that I'm concerned about. And when the bill originally left the House, the requirement for the new certification process and subject to perhaps audits was at 50 employees or less. The conference committee report comes back with 40 employers or less. And I'm just concerned, Representative Melin, and I would yield to you if you'd like to make a comment about this, about how this perhaps burdens more small businesses. The federal audit requirements on a similar type of requirements on equal pay are very different. They require comparisons of substantially similar jobs. But the language in the bill that we're considering, the conference report we're considering now, it's not substantially similar jobs. They're based on broad categories of jobs where very different types of employment are placed into a broad category. I'll just give you an example, and I talked about this before. The category professionals has everything from economists to umpires to surgeons to building inspectors to pilots. And you're asking employers to provide comparisons of very different types of jobs in those broad categories and to provide that information to the state. And again, that's very different than federal audits, which already are very expensive. So, even the President sent out a memorandum to the Secretary of Labor talking about this issue back in April, about a month ago. And his comments were that to the extent possible, we should minimize the burden on federal contractors and subcontractors, in particular small businesses. So, Representative Melin, why would the decision be made, and I'm assuming you're in favor of it, but to reduce from 50 employees to 40 and no changes to make it a little more consistent with federal auditing processes, which is something that's a little more understood than the direction the conference committee came back with?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Loon. The 40 employees was in the House bill at one point, and then we did move it up to 50 before it was on the House floor. The Senate position remained at 40. That was due to recommendations from the Minnesota Department of Human Rights, because for their affirmative action compliance certificates, those apply to the employers over 40 employees. So it was of their opinion that that would be more in line with the certificates of compliance they already certify for affirmative action purposes.
Representative Loon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Melin. Well, I really wish you had stayed at least at 50. I know with a lot of things we cover with regards to labor law and other requirements, and there's many standards, many ways to define a small business, but oftentimes it's employees of 50 or fewer where we draw the line, because, again, for small businesses, and especially those that are interested in government contracting, which is a pretty complicated area, we certainly want to encourage more small businesses to do that. I think, again, we've done something here to make it harder, particularly when, the federal audit requirements for pay equity are something that are already time-consuming and difficult, but they are not nearly as difficult as what is posed in this bill, and comparing very different types of employment, very different jobs, and you're really, I think, setting up a situation where even employers with extremely exemplary records with regards to their treatment and pay of women in the equal pay area are going to be discouraged from trying to do any type of contracting with our state. It just may not be worth the hassle. And it also sets up a situation where we're not just going after bad actors. This is auditing folks and incurring expense where they may very well be the ones that we want to hold up as examples of doing the right thing. So I would ask members to refuse to adopt the conference report. I think there's much good that came back in this report or in this conference committee work, but there are some questions and concerns that have been raised that could be addressed, and I hope that we will do that. Thank you.
Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and Representative Melin. In a previous life, I used to be the point person for a company that did contracting with the state of Minnesota, mostly in the printing world. And I worked for companies that had more than 40 employees. and during any one year we did more than $500,000 worth of work for the state, and I'm trying to imagine how this would apply in a situation like that. So, Mr. Speaker, if Representative Melin would yield to a series of questions, I'd like to ask some clarifying questions.
She will yield. Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Melin, I'm looking on page 9, around 9.3, 9.4, and I know Representative Pepin asked some questions that kind of got at this, but I'd like to ask just to clarify a little bit more. Okay, I'd like to ask just to clarify on 9.3 again. $500,000 in contracts triggers compliance with this whole new scheme you're putting into play here, or more than 40 employees, or is it and? In other words, if I have a small business with 5 employees, but I do a contract for $600,000, do I have to certify?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Beard. It's and, so it has to be a $500,000 contract and 40 employees or more.
Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Melin, continue to yield. So I understand then that if I have 400 employees, but my contract is only $400,000, I do not have to certify.
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Beard, that's correct.
Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Melin would continue to yield.
She will. Representative Beard.
So, Representative Melin, if I have 400 employees and I have a series of contracts for maybe different products that total, say, $1 million in a year, do I have to comply if any one of those contracts does not exceed $500,000 at any one time?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Beard, it would only be for the contracts that exceed $500,000. So if you have a situation where you have a number of contracts that are all below $500,000, you don't take the cumulative amount and sort of add it up together to get the $500,000. It has to be a single contract of $500,000 or more, and it would only apply to that contract.
Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Melin, if she would yield to another question.
She will. Representative Beard.
Thank you for the clarification on that. That's important for businesses to know if they're going to be faced with this added hurdle to do business with the state. They may want to take some of those things into consideration. A couple other things that come to mind. In the district that I represent, there are some people who do business with entities of the state that aren't specifically listed, except for the Met Council. And I'm thinking of one of my farm operations that has more than 40 employees and also receives payments from the state for conservation easements and some things like that that could quite possibly total more than $500,000 a year. Would they be subject to this comparable worth scheme that you're working on?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Beard, I don't know that I understand the question. It's if you enter into a contract with the state in excess of $500,000, and if they have 40 or more employees and that single contract is $500,000 or more, and they're not specifically exempted by paragraph B on page 9, then yes, they would be subject to the requirements.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Beard.
If she would yield to another question on further defining just where this is going to be.
She will. Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thinking of some of my railroad friends. Many of you know that I am not only the patron saint of the aviation world, but I look out for my regional and short line railroad friends. A couple of them have more than 40 employees and also participate from time to time in a program called the Mercy Program, where they actually get loans or grants from the state to rebuild some of their facilities that would total more than $500,000. Would that bring them under the auspices of the program you're proposing here today?
Representative Melin.
Would they have to certify, in other words?
Mr. Speaker and Representative Beard, no, if it's under a sort of loan or grant from the state, that's not that wouldn't be covered under the legislation.
Representative Beard.
So that would not be under Okay, then one last question, because this does apply to a substantial operation in the district I'm privileged to represent. There is a sand and gravel and aggregate operation that does an enormous amount of business with the counties in southwestern part of the metro area, money that comes through the county state aid program and municipal state aid program, and they do substantially more than $500,000 worth of business a year with money that actually is generated and collected by the state and dispersed through the county state aid formula, the municipal state aid formula, and they have more than 40 employees. Well, they have to comply with the program that you're proposing here in this bill today.
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Beard, no.
Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you for the clarifications. I appreciate it, and that is the end of my comments.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, I just wanted to make a few comments on this bill, since I was actually one of the authors of the original addition of disability to the Human Rights Act. And one of the points of that is that we never wanted to have pregnancy considered to be a disability, which is why we never dealt with pregnancy in that section of the Human Rights Act. But yet, it has become, everyone, and I guess I should have been aware of this myself, having had 2 babies while working full-time and so forth, that reasonable accommodations are needed for women who are pregnant, who may not have the same luck as I did of living very close to the place where I was working. Also, reasonable accommodations are needed for nursing mothers. I'm sure the janitor of the Sciences building at Yale never walked into a ladies' room without knocking again the one time he walked in at 3 o'clock in the morning and found me nursing my baby there because I had an all-night experiment and the baby had to be fed while the experiment was being done. So these sense of reasonable accommodations are long needed, and Representative Melin's bill is a terrific bill to move in that direction, and we should adopt the conference committee report and move on.
Representative Kresha.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, an honor to be on the Conferee Committee, and thank you for that. And to my other House conferees, I appreciate that and all the hard work. But before I took this committee, I asked a couple of people, I said, what's the goal of this? And one of the pieces of advice that I received that I took to heart was, do good work. Do good work. And so I want to speak specifically to the motion to adopt. And when we went into this committee, there was a lot of hard work, a lot of important features and provisions in this bill, as you can imagine. Something that I was very passionate about. I was able to attend the Women's Economic Summit earlier and really talk to women-owned businesses and women who are affected by this, moms, sisters, neighbors that we have. And this affects many of those, affects all of them. And sometimes when you're passionate about something on both sides, you come up with differences. And one of the differences that I found in this conference committee was I thought we were moving too fast. I thought that the process itself, working with the Senate, we took some provisions in the Senate that I wish we had kept as the House. One of those is the 50 versus the 40. And as my role of being a conferee and looking at the House language and trying to hold that together, I just thought that the Senate wasn't an honest broker in all of this, and that I thought our negotiations could have been done slower, that we could have been more thoughtful and diligent in that. And I think here we're left with a bill, while it has great provisions and we have some great steps moving forward, those provisions are still unclear. One of the first phone calls that I received, as you can imagine, when you get on this committee, you get lots of phone calls, you get lots of emails. But one of the first ones from a district of mine was a company that does snowplows, that does business with the state of Minnesota. Great company, great steward. They do the right thing. They're working very hard, and they have 42 employees. And immediately they started to run down the questions or the concerns they have. What is this going to mean for us? We've been doing business with the state of Minnesota forever. And suddenly they were asking me questions of concern such as, is it easier for me to go down to 39 employees? And of course I have to say to them, no. The best thing is to keep hiring the district and do what you're doing. But yes, this is going to cost more of a bureaucracy for you. You're going to have to get this pay certificate, which I know they'll qualify for. But again, we've added one more step to a business that is trying to do the right thing. And I think we could clarify those. So as I look at this, members, while it's a step in the right direction and there's some great provisions, and again, the hard work of the conferees on both sides, but a step in the right direction is not the destination. And there still is more work to do here. There still is more clarification. There still is more protections that we could put in place for the women-owned businesses as well as the women that we're trying to help. And so, to that, members, I ask you to refuse to adopt this. Let this go back. We could finish up some of this. We don't have to be so impetuous. We don't have to finish this up in the next day or two. We could do this in a thoughtful manner. And so I would ask that we refuse to adopt.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Melin would yield to some questions.
She will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative Melin, I want to thank you for your work on this project. I do have some questions, though, given the comments that were made here by other folks. In particular, I want to talk to you about the pregnancy accommodations portion of it. In the bill, as it is written now, an individual, an employee, can refuse to accept the accommodations that are made by the employer. So with them refusing that, can you tell me what would happen in a situation where an employer is offering a pregnant employee an accommodation in a situation where they're working around operating heavy equipment and things of that nature, so it may be hazardous to the health of the employee to continue working in that? Under this language that we have in this bill, that employee could refuse to accept that accommodation, even though it would, protect them and also protect against workers' compensation claims if that individual were injured. Can you tell me what would happen in that situation for the employer? Are they able to say to that employee that, yes, you need to take this special accommodation, or if they're concerned about if this would jeopardize other employees, what's kind of the recourse there? Can you give me greater explanation of what would happen in that situation if the employee refused to accept the accommodation?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson, I think pregnant women and their health care practitioners are pretty good judges of what accommodations a woman needs. I don't think that she needs her employer to tell her which accommodations she needs. Under the language that we adopted, an employer cannot force an employee to take an accommodation.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Melin, so the employee chooses to refuse to accept the accommodation. What happens if this jeopardizes other employees, so other women or men that work for that company? If it places their health and safety at risk, what happens in that situation? Can you help me out?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson, I guess I can't envision a scenario where working with a pregnant woman would endanger the safety of other employees, so I don't know how I can provide an answer for that question. But under the language, no, an employer cannot force a pregnant employee to take an accommodation or leave that she does not want.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Melin. Well, as you know, every employer has to take out insurance on their employees, workers' compensation, things of that nature. They get assessed on if they are keeping the safety of their employees in mind, and they could also be found in violation of OSHA regulations and whatnot if they are not taking that into consideration. So that's my concern then, is what you're saying is as long as that employee refuses the accommodation, even if it jeopardizes the health and safety of the other employees, then that employer is out of luck. I just wanted to get clarification on that. And Representative Melin, I have another question for you, if you would yield.
She will yield. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Melin, I'm struggling with the portion that Representative Pepin had been asking some questions. I think Representative Beard had been asking some questions about this section too. And it's related to the exemption portion. You gave two different answers there. Can you clarify for me if those entities that are listed in Section B, are they not required to fill out anything? Or do they have to certify in writing that they are exempt?
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Anderson, they are exempt and they don't have to certify in writing. They are exempt because the statute just simply says they're exempt.
Representative Anderson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Melin, the reason that I asked that question is because actually when you look at the language, it says, unless the business had an equal pay certificate or it has certified in writing that it is exempt. And that's where the confusion comes into play. Because here in the section above in A, it is in essence saying that if they are considered one of the exempt ones, that they have to certify that they are exempt in writing. And what that exemption means is unclear. In fact, it's so unclear that the Human Rights Commissioner wrote a letter just this morning saying, I understand here to quote, it has come to my attention that there remain concerns that House File 2536, if enacted, would require and so forth. That there remain concerns. And that's of this morning. And so all I'm asking for you to do, you've done great work in working through this bill. All I'm asking is that we clean up these different portions of the bill, that we refuse to adopt this conference committee report right now. You've got the time. Why don't we give clarity to the entities that are going to be impacted by this bill, whether that's your city or your county or your school district or the health care providers in the state, whether that's your nursing home or your hospital or any of those individuals. Why don't we make sure that it's crystal clear to them about what they need to do to comply? Because after all, our goal is compliance. Because when people comply, then that is the best remedy for women across the state. We don't want to make this a situation where all of this time and money is spent in courts determining what our intent was. We've failed in our job if this actually results in litigation. Because then that means that we have failed to give clear direction to the folks in Minnesota about how to comply with this and help women across the state. And that's why I'm asking that we refuse to adopt this conference committee report. We can clean this up. We can make this much more clear. We can make sure that there is no time spent in a courtroom and instead make sure that women are given the equal pay that they deserve. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time.
Representative Melin.
Mr. Speaker and members, I just want to remind you that we're on the Anderson motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report, and I would ask for a red vote.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. We are now on the motion to concur. Any discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 80 ayes and 48 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File 2536 is amended by conference.
Third reading is amended by conference. Further discussion. Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you for your support of this legislation, this important piece of legislation. And again, I want to thank my conferees for the work that they put in, and thank members for the important questions that have been asked throughout the process. Members, this is an important piece of legislation. We know that women still earn 80 cents per dollar to every dollar that a man earns. We know that working mothers are half as likely to receive a promotion as single men and women, and this bill starts to address some of those issues. The accommodations for nursing mothers and expecting mothers are really important and a step in the right direction. And being that I am expecting myself, it's really opened my eyes to what some of the barriers in the workplace can be to women. And I happen to be a professional, and I have more flexibility than a lot of women have. But I think about the women that work in low-income jobs and the women that don't have those same sort of opportunities. And I think this legislation is really about them. And so I've really appreciated the support that some of my members have been doing on these issues for decades, Representative Kahn, and for all the support that we have here today. So I would just ask you to please vote for final passage. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 104 ayes and 24 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. There is another conference committee report.
Conference committee report. This is the Mahoney. The Conference Committee report on House File 2948, an act related to economic development. The report's addressed to the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Sande Pappas, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 2948, report that we agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all three conferees on the part of the House and all three conferees on the part of the Senate. Mahoney moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File 2948 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted everyone to know that if I had known that the Wild would do so well after reading the proclamation, I would have read it a week ago. So thank you for all your good thoughts for him yesterday, and hopefully tomorrow we'll do the same.
Tomorrow.
Go Wild, yeah. 2948, the deed unsession bill. We had a couple of concerns on it. We went to conference and we took out the biomedical innovation and commercialization initiative. Otherwise, it is unchanged from what passed on the House floor. We added in Senate File 2310, which is the Min IT, and that passed off the floor. And there were no changes. There was one change in that. It passed off the floor 132 to 0. And we added in Senate File 2271, the Nelson House bill. And that is the Met Council unsession bill, and that passed the Senate 63-0. Members, I'll stand for questions. And Mr. Speaker, I guess I need a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Mac votes aye. There being 114 ayes and 12 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the conference.
Third reading, House File 2948, as amended by conference.
Third reading. Any discussion? Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Mahoney yield to a question?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Mahoney. And this bill was the Met Council unsession bill added to this language.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pepin, yes, it was.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Mahoney. That's unfortunate. I wanted to have a nice discussion about the Met Council, and we had some good amendments to that bill. So disappointed that we don't get to address that issue separately. And then we had put in some language from Representative Kahn to bring MNsure under the authority and oversight of, to bring them under authority of this. Is that still in here, the Representative Kahn language?
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, no, it is not. And we all have disappointments here, and I've had some today, and I'm sure we'll have more before session gets out.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 114 ayes and 15 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121 and 333, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Friday, May 9th, 2014. Senate file numbers 2470, 2712, 2454, 2614, and House file numbers 2546, 1226, 2491, and 2031.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions online and at the front desk. If there's no objection, we'll take action on those first. Hearing no objections, those motions prevail. Announcements. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I just want to draw your attention to the volunteer stuff that we've been doing all session. Thank Representative Loon. I don't know where she is. I don't see her on the House floor. She was really responsible for setting up this year's events. So members, we're done with those volunteer events, but I want you to know this. Over 50 of you participated in those events this year. And over 50 of you went out and made a difference in the community. And over 50 of you, I hope, had a great time at one or more of those events. Some of you were there once, some of you were there twice, some of you have been there at all 3 events in the last 2 years. So members, save your purple shirts. We'll see what happens after November, but Representative Loon and I hope to be back to be able to do that again next year and the year after, do those volunteer activities. Last night we were at Hope Chest, and which is supporting women with breast cancer, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it was really, really, really inspiring and heartwarming with what they're doing there. And those of us that were there had a great time and learned a lot. And that's what we want to do, is we want to go out, make a difference, learn a lot, and see that what we do here matters out in the real world. So save those purple shirts. I have a brand new order in for next year. And thanks to all those that participated, and Representative Loon in particular, thanks for all the work that she did. And hopefully members will all be back and participate next year and the year after even more fully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Murphy, M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, once again, I would like to announce that in room 180 of the SOB tomorrow morning at 7:30, we are going to share remembrances and stories about Jim Oberstar. Please come if you're interested.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Republicans, we will be caucusing immediately after session today up in our normal caucus room. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Representative Murphy, E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And DFLers, we will also be caucusing in our normal caucusing room 217 immediately after session. Such a good idea. I know, groan. I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 8th, 2014.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourn today, it adjourn until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 8th, 2014. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 8th, 2014.